sides ready to adjourn?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, 1 second.
Okay, let's,
What?
what about, talk about it. No, thanks. All right, we're back on the record. All jurors, counsel, and parties are present. Mr. Tacopina, for
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go. I'm just going to pick up where I left off, which was we were talking about the picture of the extended magazine that we showed you, which described as clear or transparent, whatever it was not black, that extended thing that Lou and both photos had described. So in the end, the prosecution on this issue, all issues really want you to believe Relli beyond a reasonable doubt, but you all been here for his testimony. I would submit to you that's perhaps the most unbelievable witness in the history of American jurisprudence. You guys have a front row seat to a perjury machine. Again, they could have corroborated a lot of his testimony if they were truthful. Lydia Parker. I mean, they sat in their hands for years. They could have tested to see if Relli's shell casings came from that magazine, the women's magazine. They didn't connect Rocky Relli's shell casings with fingerprints DNA. And as a quick aside, if you accept their theory, I think I heard this on the opening summation, is that maybe Rocky forgot about the magazine. Why wouldn't he, if truly he had a gun and he was trying to get rid of the evidence of a shooting from November 6th, why wouldn't he have got rid of the magazine also? Why keep it for 5 months in plain sight? I mean, that's where it was, right? It's not like it was hidden somewhere in the house they had to find it. It was in a box in his bedroom with all the other ammunition for the legally registered guns in plain view. They didn't show you, by the way, the shell casings that Relli claims he recovered at the scene don't match the SIG shell casings found in Rocky's house that belonged to Miss Levin. We had to show you that. We showed you that. They produced, as we talked about, no GPS data to prove where Relli really got his shell casings from. There's another one. This would have been easy to do. Relli claims first he said he wasn't in Los Angeles weeks before. And certainly not a shooting range. We won't go through that again. But he claimed he left Los Angeles after being at the shooting range for those 9mm shell casings, and then he came back to Los Angeles 2 weeks later. They failed to prove that. I mean, you just have his word, right? That would have been easy enough to prove. I mean, how about an airplane ticket or anything else that he ever left Los Angeles and flew back, ever? After having 9mm shell casings flying through his face at a shooting range just weeks before. He took photos of his shell casings. I mean, that would have been an easy one to prove. Just bring his travel itinerary or an airplane ticket from Delta or wherever. He said he flew commercial. How about on his phone? Anything that would show he actually left Los Angeles. Nothing on the record no evidence that he actually left Los Angeles after being at that shooting range on October 19th. So where did he get his shell casings from? At 11:45 p.m. that night, an hour and a half after the incident. Law enforcement didn't give us the means to answer that question. They never got Relli's GPS data. They could have given a definitive answer to you. They didn't, and that's not on him. That is not on him, because they didn't give you the evidence you could have been comfortable to rely on, as opposed to just taking Relli's word, which is not a word that you would take for anything of importance in anyone's life. Whether he had him at some apartment in Los Angeles or at some friend's car or some place, who knows? We'll never know. We could have known, but we don't, and we never will. And because the prosecution gave you no one in this courtroom the ability to track where Relli went in the hour and a half after the incident, only Ill's GPS data that we had. It shows you they could get it, they just couldn't get his. They just want us to take his word on that, word of a pathological liar. Look at all the things they failed to corroborate that they could have. To corroborate Ephron's account, the DA could have done any of the following. And would have given you a sense of comfort, a sense that, hey, you know what? He did tell the truth about this anyway. They could have called Ephron's girlfriend, Lydia Parker, who was allegedly with Ephron when he claims he retrieved shell casings. They could have collected GPS data from that night, from Ephron's phone, to prove he returned to the scene. Again, they did leave it for Ill's phone, but chose not for Ephron. Could have looked at the metadata on the photographs that Ephron took of these shell casings, which would have shown exactly where he was when he took those photos. These are things they could have done to corroborate him. Go ahead. They could have produced a plane ticket or receipt to show that Ephron actually left Los Angeles after he went to a shooting range 2 weeks before the incident. They didn't do that. They could have called this ASAP Bari to corroborate the conversation that he allegedly had, or that allegedly happened on November 5th, the day before the incident, with Bari and Rocky, in which Relli claims Rocky badmouthed him. Bari. No phone records of that, nothing. And then, of course, they could have tested Ephron's casings to see if they came from the magazine found at Rocky's house prior to the trial. Of course, they could have tested Rocky's DNA against those casings or the magazine, and they did neither. Those are just some of the things. I mean, those are deficiencies in the evidence, and they create reasonable doubts. They're reasonable doubts. And especially when you consider what Relli did with the photos of those shell casings. He didn't go running to the police saying, hey, help, I was a victim of a crime. He tried to extort money out of Rocky by going to Rocky and his manager first. And I want to remind you that there are 2 hurdles the prosecution has to overcome to get a conviction in this case. First, proving that Rocky did not carry the prop gun. And then, of course, they service if they can't do that beyond a reasonable doubt, not even close. And then, of course, the judge's instructions told you should stop right there if you find that and find him not guilty. But also, the judge instructed you that regardless of whether he possessed a top prop gun or not, you must find him not guilty if the prosecution had not disproved that he acted in self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And in this case, there is clear evidence of self-defense of another. And by the way, I heard Mr. Resloman say in his summation that's a new defense. It's not a new defense. We talked about in our summation in our opening statement a month ago. The judge gave you the instruction on it, not because he was doing me a favor. The judge gave you the instruction on it because there's a view of the evidence that supports it. Rocky had a prop gun. You shouldn't even get to self-defense. But it's there. It's another layer that they have to overcome beyond a reasonable doubt. And Relli was the aggressor. There's no question. In their opening statement, they said Rocky was the aggressor. Rocky was the one who sought confrontation, and they did everything possible at this trial to make you believe that. Right from the beginning, they played their video of 16 East Belmore, which captured the incident. But they intentionally left something out of that. When they claimed that Relli used ills as a human shield, what they did not want you to see was after it was all done and Rocky's out of the picture and Relli's already running out, they cut Relli running back towards Ills and attacking Ills again. So the human shield thing is no longer there. Everyone's out of the picture. And Relli goes back and takes one more parting shot at Ills to the left before he goes off to the right. They cut that out of everything. Of course, they don't want you to see that. That's very damning to their case. They actually cut it out of their video. I'm going to show that to you. What else didn't they want you to see or hear? The first shot actually occurred on the 1616 Lisa Del Mar video, which is why Detective Flores' testimony established that they mistimed the first shot. Remember, Detective Flores talked about this. As opposed to our video, which you know is the accurate timing based on two things: your eyes and 12. It's not a game. There's way too much at stake. His life is at stake. It's not a game. Detective Flores gave us uncomfortable testimony in that regard. Okay. It was a rough estimate, he said. They tried. That's not good enough. He gave a living example how their timing was off by a full second. I showed you the video where one thing said 8 seconds, yet the video was 9 seconds. Detective Flores said, yeah, it was. But I didn't make it. I didn't make the video. Let's go through the evidence that shows that Relli, not Rocky, was the aggressor. And look, you can look at 3 things to show that. Communications, intent, and actions. So I want to just quickly get through that and then move on. But communications, intent, and actions. Let's start with communications. The prosecution wants you to believe that the events on November 6, 2021 started the day before when Relli claimed he was in a car with A AP Relli and supposedly heard Rocky say, at that end, Relli, I'll beat him up. First of all, I don't think Rocky is going to say he's going to beat Relli up in any lifetime. He's not, I think Relli made fun of him, made fun of his manhood, called him some derogatory names. He's not a gangster, he's not a fucker. Certainly, he's not thinking he's beating Relli up. And what's the proof of that? What's the proof of that conversation that started it all, that showed Rocky's the aggressor? No text messages, no phone records, no recorded statements, no other witnesses. And of course, the one guy who heard it, A AP Relli, who Relli said he's still good friends with, they brought him in here to say, yeah, that's what Rocky said. So we just have to take Relli's word again. Just his word. For so many reasons, you can't just take his word on anything. You saw him lie over and over to you. Over and over. And it became a joke. It was offensive and a joke. It's not funny. Including about this very issue about being the aggressor you lied to you on. And they embraced his position on that. They embraced it. Remember what they showed you in the opening statement? Text messages from Rocky to Relli on the way to the Playboy Cardi concert on November 6th, 2021 at 9:34. WYA is where you're at, where you at. Let's get to it. Stop talking my calls. They showed you this. That's the, I think people just said 13. If I have that right. They showed you that. They wanted you to believe that these were sinister messages and that Rocky, therefore, was the aggressor. First of all, you heard from 12-year-old Jamel Phillips, who said that there was nothing aggressive about these messages. He heard the calls. They were late for this Playboy Cardi concert, whatever that is, and they were trying to connect with Relli. But what else did you learn? When the prosecution showed you those texts, they wanted you to believe that those were the first messages of the evening of November 6, 2021. What you learned was that Relli deleted the messages before that. The early messages that showed Relli's true character, his true animosity, his true aggression towards Rocky, his true intentions of meeting Rocky that night. He deleted messages before giving his phone to the police. On November 6, 2021, at 10:30 a.m., Relli texts Rocky first, saying this. Exhibit P. You got all this fake animosity towards me, LOL, beat me up, and I wish you would. Give me a reason, and you've been, whatever. You see what it says, I don't have to read that word. Relli made clear he wanted a reason to fight Rocky. He made it clear there. Matter of fact, his testimony made it clear. He said, from his trial testimony, what do you say under that vote? Give me a reason, he answers. And then I say, a reason to do what? To fight you, or whatever, at this point. So when he says, give me a reason, he's explaining what that meant. It meant to fight. To fight Rocky. Those were the first messages of the evening. You didn't see that. They presented the other messages from Rocky as the only messages that day. And that one wasn't their fault. Because their witness lied to them, lied to the police, and deleted messages. Destroyed evidence in this case, which he's fond of doing. And when I asked Relli if he deleted those messages before turning his phone over to law enforcement, he lied to you at first. There's a big shocker to me. At first he said, I don't recall. Then I showed him the messages. What did he say next? His go-to line. See those messages? It's fake. It's fake. Anything that crushed him was fake. It's fake. You heard that a lot from him at this trial. When confronted with his own words, whether text or recorded conversations, it's fake. But he openly admitted he sent those texts to Rocky that day. But obviously he didn't like the way it would have looked to the police. He chose him to be the aggressor. So, it didn't fit his narrative, so what did he do? Delete them. What other communications were there? We're on communication still. Leading up to the November 6th altercation, you saw text messages from Relli to his friend Ty Y on October 16, 2021. And Relli was in LA, as we know. And he said, if Rocky don't, this is an exhibit, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy funeral, I'ma beat that end up. So, he's now threatening to beat Rocky up because he didn't think you heard what that was all about this ASAP member, ASAP Josh, who passed away. Rocky stepped up and paid for the probably be flown back to New York and the funeral expenses for the family. For some reason, Relli, his own, just thought, well, Rocky didn't take care of that. You know, so he worked it back. He did, he learned. So Relli sent that message on October 16th, threatening to beat Rocky up. Of course, when I first showed him that message, they objected. Not sure why that's his message, because they didn't want you to see that. Threatening to beat Rocky up. And why? Why did that not be relevant for you to see? It's offensive. That is offensive. That we had to bring that to you. Relli's willingness to lie to you over and over again without regard to his oath to tell the truth is offensive. When I asked Relli if he sent that message to, if he sent the message about beating up Rocky, he lied again. Falling back on his usual answers, I don't recall. I don't recall if I sent it. So I showed him, and his response, look at his response here. What am I looking at in his text messages? He said, what? It's hard to read that for you guys, it's hard to read for me. But what he says is, what am I looking at? That text? I don't recall that. I don't remember that. I wouldn't even write that, he said. And that's at the bottom of that red box. I wouldn't even write that. And when I explained to him that the text was given to us from his phone, from the district attorney's office, he changed his answer to, this means nothing. Even if it was okay, yes. I mean, just like that. Just like that. So I don't write that. I don't write like that to, sir, this was given to us from your cell phone from the district attorney's office. Are you saying that's not yours? This means nothing. Even if it was okay, yes. So in a matter of 5 seconds, he went from, that's not me, I don't write like that, to, oh, they gave it to us from my phone? Okay, yes, it is me. That's perjury, ladies and gentlemen, that's perjury. Again, that's a crime, by the way, perjury. So I then asked Relli, if in that message that he sent, if the N-word in his text message, I'm gonna beat that N up, referred to Rocky. And you know what his answer was? I don't recall. Seriously. The message said, if Rocky don't do shit for this boy's funeral, I'm gonna beat that N up. So why did he say I don't recall? Because he knew that that message showed his animosity towards Rocky, it showed his aggression, and it showed his intent. That's why we had to bring that message up to you. We had to show you that. That didn't come on direct. His intent, number 2. Relli's message made clear he was the aggressor. They give you a little window into his intent. But so is his testimony. When I asked him if he was upset in his belief that Rocky didn't follow through on his promise to pay for A$AP Justice's funeral, Relli suddenly didn't know what the word upset meant. That's literally what he said. I don't know what the word upset means. So I showed him his prior sworn testimony at the preliminary hearing, which was also under oath. That's a big deal for him. Question, you were upset, right? Answer, yes. So what did he do? Again, he just changed his sworn testimony in this courtroom in front of you as if it were no big deal. Yeah, I would be upset, he said. So the word he didn't even know what it meant a minute ago, he said, yeah, of course I was upset. His oath to tell the truth means nothing to that man. Absolutely nothing. Remember, he told you I could say whatever I want. And he showed me that time again. When I asked him if he was, quote unquote, pissed on November 6, 2021, and he was going to meet Rocky, he once again said, I don't recall. I don't recall if I was pissed. I once more had to confront him with his prior statement to get the truth out of him, this time with a recorded statement to a district attorney, Mr. Siegel. No, Engel. Siegel's your guy. Yeah, Siegel, okay, thanks. Engel. Brett Engel from the district attorney's office back in 2022. And he said, oh yeah, I was pissed. Again, why did he first say I don't recall that he was pissed when he had said it in so many other places over the years, but he didn't want to be pissed. He knows that makes him out to be the aggressor on November 6, 2021. And we were talking specifically about November 6, 2021, when he was pissed. You know he was angry on November 6, 2021. You know he was now pissed and upset with Rocky. We know Relli was jealous of him. He made that very clear. You heard him tell that person, Wallace Jemmy. We'll get to that in a minute. He said, I made that. He used the N-word. I made that N-word. You heard Relli criticize Rocky, saying it's been open-ended promises forever with him. Schroeder told you it wasn't true, that he was very generous the minute he got his first record deal. He moved everyone, 20 guys from A$AP into his apartment in New York. You heard Relli complain that he couldn't be involved with Rocky in the music industry and that he wasn't even trying to be in August of 2021. But despite that, you saw messages in the group chat with Rocky, Relli, and Relli's business partner, this is Justin Benet, on August 6, 2021. You saw during that exchange, Relli trying to get Rocky to help him professionally, and Justin Benet asking him to jump on a call, which Rocky was happy to do, but apparently not fast enough for Relli. Because he didn't respond fast enough, Relli sent a message to that group channel August 5th, 2021, saying, exactly, here it is, exactly my point, LOL. July 24th, FU and ASAP, fake ass N, effing goofy. Make no mistake about this, Relli was jealous of Rocky and his success. He wanted the world to think he was successful. I mean, that's why we went through these Instagram posts of his with his lavish lifestyle and his closet of cash and private planes and all the stuff he posted. However, the truth was anything but what he tried to make the world believe. He saw his bank accounts. I mean, he was pretending to be a multi-millionaire with $700,000 in bank. That was important to him. And that has to do with his jealousy and his greed. And there's no question he was jealous and angry at Rocky's success. And being as aggressive as he is, Relli, he didn't do much to hide his true feelings, except for being under oath. At least he tried first. He tried. Remember what he said about whether he would say F you to Rocky? He was actually asked by the prosecution on that one. Would you ever say F you to Rocky? And, if you did, would you mean it? And he said, well, that's what he said. If I said F you, it was sort of wishy-washy with love. So he said, well, that wasn't true. Because I showed him this text to Rocky on September 18, 2021, which was him saying, no matter how much N try, you not changing. And everything about you, you fake ass N, I dead hate you, sucker. I'm not even going to read this disgusting thing, but this is what he said. This is what he said. No, he doesn't say F you to Rocky. Only wishy-washy with love. I mean, there's nothing he doesn't lie about. There is absolutely nothing he doesn't lie about. That's his level of anger. What was Relli's response when seeing that message? Look at his response. Yeah. Yeah. I said, yeah, it's from you. Okay, that's cool. That message was cool. That's what he said. That's cool. Bless you. That's cool. In which world was that message cool for anybody? That despicable message cool for anybody? It shows you who Relli is, who he was on November 6, 2021, an angry, jealous man full of hate. Third, his actions. His actions on November 6, 2021 make it clear. His actions in this court will make it clear. When I was questioning him, he became hostile, volatile, and aggressive. I mean, at one point he flexed his muscles. He cursed in the courtroom. That was first for me. He yelled. And he thought I was disrespecting him by asking questions. He looked like he was ready to jump off that stand and that. And that was in front of you in the courtroom. And just imagine what he's like in the street. It doesn't take too much imagination when his actions were caught on video. I'm going to show you that video, but he claimed he went back to the scene, by the way, to take photographs of cameras there after the incident. He said, I went back to take photographs of cameras. Well, if that were true, you would have seen those photographs. They didn't show you those photographs because they don't exist. They don't exist. Apart from his word, there's absolutely no evidence that Relli ever photographed a single camera at the scene. And that's because the last thing he wanted was for the police to see what was actually happening with these altercations. And listen, folks, I have to say this to you. I just hope I haven't taxed your patience by my persistence and my zeal. Yeah, I've never learned how to talk about human liberty or human faith concisely or complacently. I just don't have that ability. I just don't have that talent. And I know I'm covering a lot of material here, but I don't know like what you need here and what you don't need here. I don't know, you know, if I'm going through something, you're like, yes, we know that already, Mr. Hackby. I know you can't say it to me. But I just can't sit down with all that's on the line here and thinking I didn't cover something. So please bear with me. I know this is a long process, but it's my last chance to speak to you. And again, there's just so much riding on this that I just can't be brief. I can't cut corners here. So please accept my apology that I'm going on and on, but it's important to him. And I just don't know what's important for you guys. So please. So the one on Argyle Avenue, each of those two instances, the one on Argyle Avenue, the other one on the corner of East Del Mar, Relli was expressing both his anger, jealousy, and hate. And following through on his threat just a few weeks before, about, I'm going to beat that end up. Relli's testimony about his expectations on the way to meet Rocky was clear, that he was looking for a fight. And to use Relli's words, he thought if there was going to be an altercation, quote, there would be a bit of roughing. In fact, although he again first tried to hide behind another one of his I don't recalls, he then admitted under oath that when men are angry, they fight. That's what he believes in. When men are angry, they fight. And despite his initial effort to make you believe otherwise, on November 6, 2021, we now know he was angry. You saw that anger on display. During the opening statement, the prosecution said that you see on video Mr. Mayers immediately is aggressive towards Mr. Ephron. They showed you that Rocky is pushing Ephron backwards as he pushes him off camera out of view. Well, let's see if that plays out. I'm going to show you this video. You can see for yourself, the first one reaching out is Ephron. He's the first one to make physical contact with Rocky with his left hand. And you also heard that from Joel. He was there. Boom. And Rocky's right hand's not even up yet. He then puts it up. And as Schwalbe told you, consistent with that video, it was Relli who grabbed him first. And in fact, Relli realized his actions in this video were a problem for him. So although he first testified that he was a lefty, while watching himself in this video, he grabbed Rocky with his left hand, he suddenly switched to being a righty. I don't remember that testimony. He said, I'm a righty. You could always ask for a readback. He switched from being a lefty to a righty. He said, I can see I was stopping a little. Like I said, I'm a lefty. I'm a righty. But your left hand or right hand is not one of those things you forget. It's not one of those things you mix up. Why lie about that? Why try to minimize? Because the video showed him doing that, what you just saw, being the first aggressor, the one to make contact first. And despite the prosecution's promise about that video, it does not show Rocky as the one who is the aggressor or immediately grabs Relli. It doesn't. And what else does it show you? It does not show you the prosecution promised it to show you, which is Rocky pushing Relli off the screen. It shows the opposite, and I'm going to show you what I mean. You've all seen and heard about how much bigger and stronger Relli is than Rocky. Okay. Not a fact in dispute. Consistent with that, Schwalbe told you that Relli was pulling Rocky off the screen. But you know who else told you that? Relli told you that. He told you I was pulling him. That's his testimony. For his standard operating procedure, when I first asked Relli if he was pulling Rocky back, he said he didn't recall, he didn't know. Then, after being impeached with his prior testimony once more, he heard his answer. He was walking in, I tried pulling him back. That's Relli at the preliminary hearing. He tried pulling him back, and that's what he's doing on the video. He's pulling Rocky back. During their opening statement with respect to this first incident, the prosecution also told you that Rocky produced a semi-automatic pistol and pointed at Relli and said, I'm going to kill you. Let's break that down and see what the evidence really shows. First of all, the object was not a semi-automatic pistol, it was a prop gun. That's pretty clear from the evidence. not only witness testimony, the fact that there's no evidence of a shooting at all. But beyond that, Rocky certainly did not point at Relli. The video shows that, and Twelby told you that. In fact, based on Relli's own testimony, the object was put away when two people walked by on the street. And as a result of that, whatever Relli claims Rocky did with it, while they were off camera to the right, meaning inside that parking garage, you know that's a problem for them, because they were off camera in the parking garage for only seconds. Only seconds. Not long enough for Relli to have happened to him what he described happened to him. What does the evidence show about this? That he, again, lied to you, changed the story about what happened in that insert of the parking garage that's on camera. He testified here. He said, Relli said that Rocky just pointed the object at his head and his stomach. Nothing more. He denied here that there was any physical contact with his body and the object. He denied that. But when he spoke to the district attorney about this in that prior recorded statement in 2022, he gave a completely different version. He said that Rocky actually pressed the barrel of the gun against his stomach and pushed. Why give a different version in this courtroom? Because when we talk about this, when you're lying, sometimes you just can't keep it straight. The truth never changes. In that regard, remember what Relli first said to the desk officer, Kirk Anderson, one of the last witnesses for the prosecution, maybe the last, when he reported this incident on November 8th, 2 days later. Officer Anderson told you that Relli said Rocky pulled out the gun from 5 to 10 feet away as he was approaching. We know that didn't happen. And that's 2 days later. The video doesn't show that happening, but of course Relli first reported this incident. He didn't know that there was video. In other words, Relli could not say whatever he wanted to say, as he thinks. But he stopped from trying. Then he said that Rocky said during this incident, "I'm going to kill you right now." That was his words to you all. "I'm going to kill you right now." Now, folks, if someone says that to you, you're not likely to forget those words. That's going to be in your mind's eye for a long time. I'm going to kill you right now as they're pointing a gun. You're not going to forget them if they are truthful. If they're truthful. But when I confronted him with his prior statement to the district attorney recorded, so it couldn't be fake, only a year after the incident, in 2022, not 3.5 years later, like his trial testimony, only a year after, what did he say then about this? He told the district attorney on a recorded interview 1 year later. And then Rocky's like, he's saying something I don't remember because it was like a long time ago, and I don't remember what he was saying. First of all, it was a year later, and that was a long time ago. 3.5 years later, he remembers being given a death threat. A year later, he doesn't remember what he was saying because it was a long time ago. Again, the truth is not easy. Sorry, the truth is easy to keep straight. That's the truth. But when you're lying, when you're making up stories, you can't remember the lie all the time, and that's when these things happen. So what's Relli's explanation for a completely different answer on that? What's his explanation? Here's his explanation. Here's what he told you all. When I asked him, "I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro." That was his answer. "I'm getting tired of talking to everyone." I mean, you said Rocky said he was going to kill you to the jury. A year after this incident, you said, it was too long ago, you don't remember what he said. What's the story, Mr. Ephron? "I'm getting tired of talking to everyone, bro." That's his answer. Just give me my 30 million, my 30 M's. I gotta get out of here. I want to talk about this. This is the man they want you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think we know from using our God-given common sense, the truth doesn't keep changing. It doesn't keep changing. You don't get inconsistent versions of the truth. You don't need to memorize the truth. And one last thing on this point, that first incident. You heard Twelby explain how he believed, it was his observations, how he believed the prop gun came into Rocky's hand during that first altercation. To him, anyway, to 12, what it looked like was that Rocky's sweatpants were falling down, and you actually do see that in the video, and that Relli was lifting him off the ground, and you see that, and that Rocky grabbed the prop gun to adjust it, because it had a little clip. That was Trolley's belief on what he saw in that chaotic moment. You have the video to watch for yourself. Along with that video, you have Trolley's testimony, and that makes this clear. Rocky was being strong-armed by Relli. No question about that. You see him being choked at one point by Relli, Trolley pointed out. He was grabbed, he was pulled, he was jostled. And under those circumstances, Rocky's actions in that brief encounter were fully justified. His Honor will give the law on self-defense. If he has, you have those sheets there, the jury instructions with you, take back. They have to disprove it beyond the reasonable doubt. They can't do that. That's a very heavy burden to carry. They won't be able to carry it.
Yeah, that's in your pocket.
And you know who tells you that? Not just the video, not just 12. Not just the video that you saw, not just 12. You know who else tells you it was self-defense? Relli. When Relli was talking to Wally Sajeni, at a time he didn't think he was being recorded. Remember the recordings he called fake. Here's what he said.
He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense.
Well, so the guy wanting 30 million, the quote-unquote complaining witness in this case, the victim, is saying he pulled out a gun for self-defense. But somehow you are supposed to believe it wasn't in self-defense. That's his words. That was 12's words, and the video shows that. That's it. That's it. Their own so-called victim saying Rocky acted in self-defense. How could they prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt? They cannot. One last thing on this one. You watch the video, Rocky held the prop gun in his non-dominant left hand. You heard testimony of Rocky's right. The entire time, it's his left hand. Obviously, it was never meant to be more than anything but a deterrent. That thing is in his left hand all the time. Now, unfortunately, Relli wasn't deterred there. We heard about that after the first incident. You heard what happened. He followed Rocky, 12 and Hills, all the way down to Argyle Avenue, around the corner to Selma, and then to Vista Del Mar. Of course, when I questioned Relli about whether he followed them, he told you that he didn't. His answer was negative. Negative. So I tried to impeach him with his prior testimony, asking him whether he just said it was incorrect that he followed him. Then what did Relli do? He became belligerent with me, asking me, when was that? What are you talking about? Because you tripped me. Like, I don't understand. That was his answer to me. Relli understood full well what was happening. They understood full well what was happening. Because when I tried to question Relli about this, there was an objection saying that the word following was vague. Following was vague. Anyone in this courtroom not understand the word following? Don't shield a witness like that. Relli said that previously under oath. They knew that. And despite efforts, you hear that. Relli, you heard it yourself. Relli testified previously after the altercation by the parking garage that he followed Rocky 12 and it was followed. So why did Relli and the prosecution fight so hard to prevent you from hearing that? Because they knew that's not the act of a victim.
No, that's improper.
And certainly not the one who claims to have just been knowingly assaulted with a real gun. That's not the act of a victim. That alone, folks, is another reasonable doubt. That puts the nail in the coffin in this case. That is not the action of the victim. Following someone who just pulled the gun on you according to today's recollection, Brett killed him. And you know it's a real gun, and you're following him. Not only following him, verbally assaulting him as you're following him. We'll talk about that again soon, but right now remember what Relli did as he followed Rocky 12 Mills. Relli was livid the entire time. He told you that, as a matter of fact. He was ready to hit 12, he said. Ready to hit 12. But only after answering, this is my favorite, honestly. Were you ready to hit 12? Correct. Court said, yes, no, I don't remember, I don't know. Court was giving them options. The witness's answer was to, are you ready to hit 12? Was yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. So, this is a game. Again, I remind everyone, this is their only complaining witness, their only witness to the events of that night, taking the witness stand, making serious accusations against somebody that have serious ramifications. You need to, and you get to assess his credibility. This man can give you a straight answer, not without having you pulled from him, not without having the court admonish him. I mean, do you remember this one? He's telling me what to do. Literally, he was telling me what to do as I'm trying to question him. That's why he was on the witness stand for 5 days. And the court at one point said, no, don't tell Mr. Tacopina what to do. His job is to ask you questions. Your job is to answer questions. I mean, the guy was instructing me how I should ask, or what I should be doing on the while I was on questioning, as he's on the witness stand. In any event, Relli openly admitted that he was ready to hit 12. And after initially denying it, Relli also admitted he told the district attorney on 2022 that he hated ills. Here we all loved ills, told you. He told the DA 1 year later, I hated ills. Hated. So with that hatred festering in him, he followed Rocky, 12 and ills, and he screamed it all. And why did he do that? Why did he follow them all? Remember what he said about that? Because 12 put a knife away. That's why I followed him. First of all, that doesn't make sense in any world. According to Relli, he decided to follow someone who he claimed had a gun and threatened to kill him because he saw a knife being put away. That's why he said he followed him. That defies common sense. Second, you heard from Officer Anderson, who testified in this trial at the end that he was the guy who was lucky enough to receive Terell Ephron on November 8th, 2021, and you heard him say, well, he never mentioned anything about a knife when he first reported this case, never. In fact, according to Officer Anderson, Relli told him that 12 actually tried to de-escalate the situation. That's what Officer Anderson said Relli told him 2 days later. And third, beyond that, you heard from 12 himself. And he told you it wasn't true, he didn't carry a knife. And who are you going to believe? Is there any real question about which of them is more believable, Relli or 12? You get to assess their credibility. Their credibility is based on everything. The way they answered questions. Did they get caught in lies? Were they impeached? Were they inconsistent? How was their demeanor? I mean, Relli didn't follow Rocky 12 Mills because he saw a knife and he threw it. He did it because he was angry and jealous. He did it because he wanted revenge. You heard what he was yelling at as he was following him. He told Ills he was a crackhead. You heard that Ills does have some serious problems with that. You heard he said, 12 you live in the projects, mocking that whole kid. Like, how horrible. You're not as successful as me. You live in the projects. And that Rocky had failed us all. Think about that last line. Rocky failed us all. Like he was his ward. That last line shows you there's no question of his anger and resentment. And the second altercation, and those negative feelings came to a boiling point when Relli and everyone else reached that corner of Beast Del Mar. According to them, when they reached the corner of Beast Del Mar, Rocky just turned around and started firing. For no reason. He just started firing at him. And then Relli used Ills as a human shield, he said. The evidence shows you that's absolutely not what happened. the entire time that Relli was following Rocky was trying to get away from him. He was verbally assaulting Rocky. Rocky never said a word. Not a word, you heard that. Relli even told you that, 12 even told you that. He was just the first one walking away. It was Relli who was acting crazy and screaming according to 12. So why would Rocky suddenly go from 0 to 100 for no reason at all and just shoot him? He wouldn't, he didn't, and it doesn't make sense. But what does make sense is what you saw for yourself on the video that we're going to show you again. And what do you see for yourself on the video? What 12 explained. That Relli was looking for a fight, as he already said. That he attacked Ills. And that Rocky fired a warning shot with a prop gun in self-defense and defense of another. And the prosecution played you a video called the sequence surveillance video. I'm going to show you that video at the end. Which placed the first shot from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video over the 1660 East Del Mar video. Before Relli grabbed Ills. That video placed the first shot before Relli grabbed Ills. That was meant to be staged. Because that did not happen that way. That's not what happened. You heard from Detective Flores on this. That sequence surveillance video, that's what it was called, sequence surveillance video, it was made by hand, so a little cursor bouncing around up there. And it was a rough approximation, his word, rough approximation of what happened. Rough. Where every second here counts. That's a rough approximation. So when you try to put the sound into the video, it was a rough approximation. No. Rough approximation is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Detective. He also told you the first shot depicted would have actually occurred at a later point if the 6200 Hollywood video was fast. And what did we see the other day when he was testifying, when I cross-examined him? We looked at that video in real time, and it was really fast. It was fast. Like the floor said, oh yeah, one thing says 9 seconds, one says 8, you're right. So we know the sequence surveillance video is wrong. In fact, the detective Flores at that point distanced himself from it. And he said, I was the one who made it. I didn't make it. Well, who did? I don't disbelieve Detective Flores. I know he didn't make it, but who did? Where did it come from? You were never told that. No one told you how they made it. That rough approximation, that turned out pretty wrong. We just threw it together, hoping that would be sufficient, and that we'd all accept that as the video with the sound, and that's the time. Hoping no one would notice the catching. We did. That's what they're trying to pass off as evidence in a crucial issue in this case. Did Rocky fire before or after Relli lunged at Ills? Because that fact changes Rocky's mindset at that moment. The prosecution wants you to believe Rocky shot first. For no reason, just out of the blue. And that Relli then dove for Ills as a human shield. That's not what happened. You heard from 12B, who looked at the enlarged video that we introduced. The one with the first shot happening after Relli lunged for Ills, after Relli hit Ills multiple times. And 12B told you, he narrated that video what actually happened. You have your eyes, you see Rocky's arm go out with that first shot. And that's when the first shot is. It's well after Relli's in full-blown attack mode on Ills. And 12B told you what happened. When the prosecution cross-examined him, they did everything possible to not let him explain what happened. They yelled at him, demanded yes-no answers, they berated him, anything but let him explain. They did that with 12B, a compliant witness, a respectful witness, over and over. But when I asked questions of Relli, I got speeches, insults, not answers, but I didn't cut them off. I didn't demand yes or no. If he wanted to tie the noose on his own neck of credibility, I let him keep going. But they kept cutting 12 of you off because they don't want you to hear what really happened.
No, that's improper argument.
Fair comment on the evidence.
From a witness who's actually at the scene. And that's why the prosecution and their case detectives didn't even try to speak to 12 of you. The 3.5 years, they knew who it was. They knew where he lived. 3.5 years, they didn't try to speak to 12 of you. Yeah, two weeks before the trial started, or no, sorry, not even. As the trial started, they asked in court with the judge, do you want to speak to us? He was like, nah, I'm good. Okay, the trial had already started. He was a witness. 3.5 years, they didn't think to reach out. But they tried to make it think otherwise. They asked Detective Flores on direct whether 12 of you would agree to an interview. Detective Flores said no. That was it. No. Which would leave you with an impression, I would understand, that 12 of you was not cooperative and you didn't want to speak to them. What you learned on cross-examination, that Detective Flores only first tried to speak to 12 of you a couple of weeks ago in 2025. Come on. I asked Detective Flores, is January 2025 the first time you tried to interview 12 of you? About what happened on November 6, 2021? His answer was, correct. Me personally, yes. So I had to follow up that one with you personally. When you say you personally, how about anyone else from the police department? His answer was, no, that would be the first time. I mean, Detective Flores seriously think I was just asking about him personally? Of course not. That was devastating to them. So I had to go through 3 layers of that. Oh, here it would be. We're putting it up in that. We'll buy it. It was up. It's a nice beach. It was a beach anyway, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't prove it.
There it is.
Okay, that's so. Just so no one thinks I'm mistaken. The evidence. That's what he said. 12 of you would agree to be interviewed by you, and you said no, he wouldn't. Remember? Yes. Are you referring to 2 weeks ago in court here? Yes. Is that the first time you tried to interview him? Yes. So in January 2025 is the first time you tried to interview 12 of you about the incident that occurred on November 6, 2021? Correct. Me personally, yes. How about anyone else from your police department? Yes. No. That would be the first time, correct. Why did I bring that out on cross? Why? Search for the truth. Why is that not all coming out on the record? As opposed to leaving you with the impression, if I decided not to get up and cross-examine, or I was asleep, you'd be left with the impression, fairly, that 12 was not compliant, he wasn't cooperative, he didn't want to speak to me, he refused to be interviewed. That's not the case, as you see. In any event, 12 told you what happened. His testimony is consistent with what's seen on that video. Look, that's defense exhibit TE, and I will say this, thank God there's a video. Thank God there's a video of these still on. Before you play it, hold on. When I was listening to Mr. Frizlong's summation, the first summation that they get, it was as if he never saw this video. This is the exact right time of what happened. Based on the video, based on 12B's testimony, based on the Detective Flores saying that their video was a second too fast. You see Relli throwing haymakers in this video. Haymakers is an expression, just punches repeatedly. Let me show it to you. Then Mr. Frizlong said in his opening statement, in his opening summation, that I said in my opening, that I promised you I was going to bring in pictures of ills to show you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't make promises I can't keep. And I promise you, I never said that in my opening statement. As a matter of fact, they get to go again after I will not object if they put my opening statement up.
No, that's improper argument.
Sustained. Sustained.
Show me anywhere where I promised pictures of ills. I never did. But that was argued to you yesterday. And why would they take pictures of Bill's bloody lip on November 6, 2021, just in case there's a trial in 2025? Okay, let's watch that defense exhibit EE. You'll see everything Schwalbe described in the video. That Relli acted as the aggressor, that he repeatedly hit Ills. Only after that, Rocky tried to defend Ills by firing the first warning shot. Sergeant Cook sort of suggests on his body cam. You see his arm extending to fire the props when you hear the sound. It's clear and obvious. You had a live witness who was also there. Let's look at it now. This is the REE. There's Rocky, there's Schwalbe, there's Ills, and then there's Relli. And you see him going after, then boom. Second shot. You see Relli still going after Ills. Still going after Ills. Rocky's gone. Schwalbe's about to go. Ills is stuck in the upper left-hand corner there. Watch Relli go back after him one more time left before he goes right. Ills running away, he falls. And then Relli goes off to the right. Now, we have to break that down a little slower. It's very fast what happens. Again, guys, when you're deliberating, you get to see this. Judge, they get back in the room with them? Or? Yeah?
Is it what?
Does this get to go back in the room with them, the video?
Yeah.
Oh, good. So, you can see as much as you want, as long as you want, as slow as you want, as fast as you want. But look, that didn't stop Relli. I'm not done with anything yet. What you see is him repeatedly hitting Ills, move towards Schwalbe, and trying to hit it. And look, you see Relli literally cocking his arm back and slugging Ills. I'm going to try and show it to you here. I'm going to get that pointer. I'm going to sit in this chair so I don't block you all in the back. Can everyone back there see? Yep, big head. Okay. Wow. Be gentle on the screen. There's Rocky, there's Schwalbe, there's Ills, and there's Relli. And boom, he's going after him. Look at him, he's tussling him. There's the first shot. There's the second. And look at his arm going back and forth here. Can you go back for a second, guys? Look, you see the arm going back and forth. Go back one more time, guys. A little further. Please, thank you. Watch his arm. Boom, and you see the head of Ills there, going back and forth. And why does Schwalbe tell you he ran? One more time, guys, please. He said he sees Relli coming at him, and he has that something hernia, inguinal hernia, whatever that is, and he couldn't fight. Watch. He's right there. Then he sees him coming, and he runs because he can't fight. Look. It's over. Why is he still fighting? And he just knocks those down. DA cuts off this part. Boom. One more. Good graces, and then he goes to the right and leaves. Well, the good news is you get to take that back in the video room. The jury room, I know that. So that's good. You can see it as many times as you want. Whatever speed you want. Stop it wherever you want. I encourage you to do that. That's the defense exhibit EE. That's the right time. If you see, Jack, we do one more time, just that shot part. It's what Schwalbe told you, but again, you have eyes. Rocky's arm goes like that. That's where the shot is. I really described that. That's what he's doing. He's shooting down, he said. It's after Relli attacks him. Boom, he's hitting Ills. Boom, and you hear the shot. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no real question that Relli was the aggressor here. The video from 16 Visa Del Mar makes that perfectly clear. Perfectly clear. The real video, not the rough one that was off by a second. That makes the shooting all look ridiculous. I mean, their video, you hear a shot, and then Rocky shoots. That's the video that captures what happened. 12 narrated for you, your eyes can tell you. He wasn't using Hills as a human shield. He wasn't underneath or behind Hills. He was on top of Hills. That's not how you use a human shield. And 12, he told you that he told Rocky to leave because of the noise, because of his status as a high-profile person. And Rocky ultimately left, but still, after that, Relli continued to attack Hills. They, as I mentioned to you, they cut off their video, so you didn't see that anymore. Hoping no one knows. Let's play that video real quick. Can we play that? This is their video. Watch what was cut off at the end. Rocky's going. Chloe said he's checking to make sure it was okay. Then he runs. That's it. 1616 Vista Del Mar. 1616 Vista Del Mar is cut off. Go back one more time, just where it gets cut off. Combined surveillance video. That's the one. What you know happens next is Relli, they're out of the picture now. Relli goes back and hits Hills again. 12 to describe it for you. Why did that not make it into this video? Go ahead. Boom. So I think this chair is a little, there's a nail sticking out, by the way. Just so you know.
That wasn't me.
I know that wasn't you, John. That one I don't blame. Is there a bill I can send for this suit that you sent? Literally, there's a nail sticking out. Anyway, don't worry about it. Don't be sitting there. Not good. Okay. Anyway, the video, folks, the video itself by itself is reasonable doubt. It's a reasonable doubt in this case. Another reasonable doubt. It just makes clear that their case does not hold water, that Relli was the aggressor, that Rocky acted justifiably in self-defense bills. Even though he was carrying a prop gun, those Hills would be dead. That was a real gun on that second shot. And again, the judge gave instructions on self-defense. I have to discuss it with you. What matters is the defendant's perspective is what matters. And what he thought was right at the time. The judge gave instruction on that, reasonableness and all that stuff. You have to listen to that. The prosecution must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act reasonably, Rocky. It has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he did not act in self-defense of another. If you have any questions in your mind as to whether he acted in self-defense or defense of another, if you have some doubt or some concern that he just may have acted in defense of himself or another, you have to stop. Not guilty.
It's a correct statement of the law. It's true.
Does it say you are?
Yeah, it's what you said.
I'm sorry?
What you said. It's not accurate. Here's a jury instruction that's already been given to you, and this applies to everybody. You must follow the law as I explained it to you, even if you disagree with it. If you believe that the attorney's comments on the law conflict with my instructions, you must follow my instructions.
But I think I understand what Mr. Lewin's objection was. He actually was right. I said some doubt. It's not some doubt. It's a reasonable doubt.
That is right.
It's a reasonable. Okay, there we go. Thank you. No swap. So if you have a reasonable doubt that he may have acted in self-defense of another, you have to stop. Okay? And the judge, again, will define to you what that is. Even if you get that far, because you should, because the evidence is overwhelming, that's wrong. If there's a possibility he acted in self-defense, you must find him not guilty. Rocky, now we got to address this. Rocky didn't testify in this case. When you heard the judge's instructions about that the defendant has a constitutional right not to testify, we spoke to somebody in the jury selection about that. And that decision is not to be considered during your deliberations. With that said, during your deliberations, keep in mind that there was nothing more said than what was already explained to you by both our witnesses, who were berated and yelled at for a long time, hours. You heard from Twelby, who explained what happened that night, and Rocky carrying the prop gun. You heard from Lou Levin, who explained how Rocky got possession of the prop gun, why he carried it, and where it went. There was really nothing more, aside from the video, Twelby and Lou, for Rocky to have added to the truth about what
That's
happened.
an improper argument. It's just a,
Well, look, by the way, with regards to Twelby and Lou, you heard people say, and I expect they will say it again, the first time that we mentioned the prop gun was during this trial. Here's Detective Flores' testimony when they tried to ask him that or suggest that this had just come up. Question to Detective Flores. We're doing deposition in criminal cases, correct? Okay. Question. So basically, what you were being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case. And he said, yes. Okay. So these discovery-related matters, and because they didn't receive discovery notice, is not the same as it just surfaced at trial. Like it was just invented. That's not true. Lou and Twelby they told us about this last year. And of course, Detective Flores told you law enforcement didn't have a chance to speak to Rocky after he was arrested. And of course, there's no idea.
that misstates the
No,
evidence.
who didn't say they didn't have a chance to?
Do not debate.
You just said misstates the evidence.
As I said yesterday, I don't know what the evidence is. I don't think anybody remembers every word of every witness. If this is something significant, as I mentioned yesterday, you can ask the court reporter to read it back. The court reporter will have every word that has been spoken. Go ahead.
Anyway, of course, Detective Flores had no idea what was said by Rocky to his attorneys back in 2022 when he was arrested. And ever since.
That's also an improper argument. The world side of the evidence.
In any event, there's absolutely nothing new, as they're trying to suggest. And look, they also brought up something that I now have to address, that Rocky had an outburst, so to speak, in trial. Okay? Knowing that he's innocent, he had to sit here and listen for more than 3 weeks, listening to
No,
Relli.
this is an improper argument.
No, it's addressing what Mr. Krisloman had brought up in his argument. Overruled.
He had to sit here for more than 3 weeks listening to Relli say the most horrific, most offensive things about him in messages, calling him horrific names. He didn't say a word. He sat in silence. Always composed and respectful to this court and to you all. At some point during a minor, unrelated question, unrelated to November 6, 2021, Mr. Loon was asking Twelby the meaning of an acronym in Rocky's bedroom. Rocky did something he wasn't proud of saying. Don't say. It had to do with his kids. It was personal to his children. And he asked not to say, okay. He regrets doing that.
Your Honor, there's no evidence in this.
Can you read that back?
Mr. Malone was asking for the meaning of the acronym. And Rocky did something that it was private. He said, don't say it. It had to do with his kid. It was personal to his children. He asked him not to say it. That's it.
The jury heard what the question was. The jury heard what Mr. Mayers said. Leave it at that. Go on.
That had absolutely nothing to do with the facts of this case. The truth, what happened on November 6, 2021, whether he carried a prop gun, he didn't commit a crime. And the fact that they actually argued that to you in their summation is indicative of just how desperate they are at this point. That was something worth mentioning to you in their summation. Let's talk about the crime of extortion by Relli. That was actually proven in this trial.
Your Honor, that's improper argument. Overall, for legal conclusion, crime of
Overruled.
That's why Rocky told Relli in a text message that night, go to the police. Go to the police. But Relli didn't, not until he got civil lawyers 2 days later, because it was never his intention to go to the police. You've heard that loud and clear. Instead, his end game was always to take Rocky's money based on false accusations. That was always his intention. And that's why, that night, instead of getting the police involved, Relli, according to him, with his shell casing that he claims he found, texted the photos of his shell casings and knuckle scrapes to Rocky's manager, John Heyman, saying he was going to be rich. And that following message was sent to his own business partner, Justin Benea, saying, I want to get this end's money. Within minutes. That was in his mind. And he heard Relli complain in bitterness how Rocky didn't give him opportunities. So when the opportunity presented itself on November 6th, 2021, Relli jumped all over. Right from the beginning, Relli tried to get Rocky's money. Right from the beginning, without going to the police, without even going to a civil lawyer. So you heard from his own mouth what he knew that to be. Words so catastrophic to his claims in this case that his immediate reaction was to lie and say the tapes were fake. Fake. Get those away from me. You'll tell you Nora. Fake. Look.
So you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you? Yes or no? I don't know. This is something. Why would you guys just keep playing fake audio to him, like fake stuff? I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in. Okay, stop. All right, let's answer the question.
Fake audio tapes. The fake audio tapes that this returned played yesterday with the Terell Ephron name next to all his quotes. I mean, Terell Ephron was sitting here yesterday, he'd be screaming, those are fake! During Mr. Verzolnik's summation. I heard Mr. Verzolnik say in his summation, who cares what he said to Wally? Who cares? Did he forget the import of that conversation? That he committed perjury to you? And said that they were fake when they were real? And you know, during the cross-examination of Wally, the guy flew from Paris by this day on a subpoena because he had to be here. Okay? Literally, a 13-hour flight to testify and then take another 13-hour flight back. And the question was, you flew business class, didn't you? Like, as if that were the reason he took 26 hours of plane to get here to testify. I had him on direct examination for 10 minutes because he was here for two things. Do you know anything about this case? I know nothing about this case. Good. Is this tape real? Do you make it? And is that your voice? And is that Relli's voice? Yes, it is. Bye-bye. Have a good flight back. Nope. 2.5 hours on cross-examination. But you know what was never asked on cross-examination? Not even once? Is the tape fake? Is the tape fake? Did you doctor the tape? Not even once. By the way, the tape they spent, I don't know, the portion of the summation playing for you yesterday, we provided to them. We provided them that tape. That they think it's so helpful to them. They know those tapes are death. Death to their case. First of all, their main witness, once again, committed perjury on a most important issue in this case. Those are fake. He said fake. Get those away from him. He's a clown. Those tapes are death to Relli's claim and his credibility in their case. As Wallace and Jimmy made clear that anything but fake, you heard Relli tell him that you ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion.
You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me?
Well, that's exactly
You
what
do
they do.
everything accordingly.
That's exactly what Relli did. Because he didn't have a lawyer until November 8th, 2021, after he already tried to ask for money from Rocky and his manager. And after Relli lied about what he just told Wally Sajemi, we called Mrs. Sajemi just to establish the authenticity of those recordings. Nothing more. He knew nothing about this case. And because of the evidentiary rules, we were only allowed to ask Mrs. Sajemi about statements that Relli denied making.
No, that is untrue. Overruled.
So we had those 5 questions that we had asked him. Did he say this? Did he say this? Did he say this? That's it. The prosecution played other parts of the recordings afterwards. And it wasn't a gotcha moment. It's repeating those tapes. At the time of their discussions, remember this, the Wally Sajemi discussions, that was in 2022, after Rocky's arrest already, after he filed his civil suit, Relli. They were about the events of November 6, 2021. There were of no significance at all what Relli said to him at that point regarding November 6th, at all. Because he had already been arrested, Rocky. Relli had already been telling his story for months. His fabricated story for months. So that he said it to Wally on a tape makes it more true. If you tell a lie 100 times, it doesn't make it more true. So in an effort to give weight to that story about the incident, those recordings, they played it. Rocky was already arrested and he had already had a civil suit, claiming permanent disabilities from a bullet wound, and he needs $30 million. That was his story by then. Big deal, he said to Wally, in part. He still had no qualms lying to Wally at all on those recordings. When it suited him, of course, telling Wally that he was a millionaire and that he made Rocky's career, that was on those recordings too. That wasn't true, neither of those things. But when Relli didn't lie about, however, what he didn't lie was about his intentions to take Rocky's money, which is why he falsely said the recordings were fake. He knew what was coming. And he just said, if I say they're fake, they can't play them. They're fake, get those away from me. Eleanor said, get away from me. So Wally Sajemi was an IT guy who came for one reason, authenticate tape, period, end of story. First question I asked him, do you know anything about the facts of this case? No, I don't. He was not brought in here to talk about the facts of this case. But the prosecution, in 2.5 hours of cross-examination, asked him about his motives for making the tape. Is he better friends with Rocky? That's not being a very good friend to Relli. It doesn't matter what he made the tape. Who cares? He could have, whatever his motives were, who cares? He made the tape. It was real. Those were really Relli's words that he said were fake. Whatever his motive was is irrelevant. Even if he wanted to help Rocky, he told you that's how it was that Relli was trying to get involved and he was falling and whatever. But whatever his motives were, doesn't make the tape less real or Relli's statements less real. He was never asked one thing about those recordings being real on cross, which means they accept the fact that their witness committed perjury to you when he said they're fake.
That's improper argument. Overruled.
Fair comment on the
That should be offensive. Anyway, especially to you, the jury, trying to make a decision of such importance in this case. It's a lot on your shoulders. That should be, you should be offended by that, I would say. So what did Relli tell us on those messages? His earlier text messages to Rocky when his manager, when they were trying to get money before his lawsuit, that he never cared about the police. He still doesn't care about the police. Quote, the end game, I'm suing the shit out of him. That's my end game regardless. I don't give a F about no police, and those are his words on the tape. In fact, Relli only went to the police after his effort to extort Rocky failed, and Relli's civil lawyer said, unless you go to the police, I'm not taking your case. That Troy Relli showed up at the police station in Hollywood with a civil lawyer standing next to him 2 days later. What victim of a crime was the police station report a crime with an attorney next to him? Judge, want to do it now? Sure.
If you have 2 more minutes, you can
Go
do
ahead.
that, otherwise you can break.
Yep.
Say again?
I'll do 2 more minutes. Just tell me when to stop.
And then we're going to take a
Yep.
break.
As a quick aside, you heard, by the way, the prosecution questioned Relli about telling the police he heard 3 to 4 shots, but only giving them 2 shell casings before having seen the videos, as if somehow that makes him more credible. That makes no sense. He was there, of course. He knew it was 2 shots. By this time, he already saw the video. He knows it's 2 shots. And in fact, he would exaggerate when speaking to the police. Does not make him more credible. By the way, when we talked to Wally, he had up to 5 shots. He had up to 5 shots when we talked to Wally. So before Relli went to the police, even before he went to a civil lawyer, you saw the messages he sent trying to get Rocky's money. Part of his plan to extort Rocky, Relli sent text messages to him, falsely accusing Rocky of trying to kill him. Obviously, Rocky knew that was false and was shocked that Relli would even make the claim, so which is why Rocky wrote him back. I tried to what? Stop making shit up. He wrote him back. And now the prosecution has alluded to the fact that during this trial, Rocky didn't mention in his message anything about his prop gun. They don't consider one thing, though, about that. They don't consider one thing. Unlike Relli, Rocky didn't have a reason at the time he sent that message about stop making shit up. He didn't have a reason at the time, or think he needed a reason, to create a record of events for some later date. At the time he sent those messages, Rocky thought they were between the 2 of them. And he knew why Relli understood his claim wasn't true, because it wasn't true. Rocky didn't shoot him, and was aware that Relli knew he didn't shoot him, because a prop gun doesn't shoot bullets. A starter pistol doesn't shoot bullets.
Detective,
Yes, sir.
stop.
Okay.
You want to finish the thought?
If I could, just a thought.
Finish the thought, and then we'll take a
And
break.
then that's a perfect place to break. And that's why after learning soon thereafter that Relli was contacting his manager trying to extort money from him, Rocky was done communicating with Relli. He stopped answering completely and said, go to the police. And what kind of person tells someone to go to the police if they know they've committed a crime? Your Honor, I could resume from here when we come back.
All right, we'll take a break
Close to the end.
until 11 o'clock, folks. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else. And we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Unequivocally, do not mention the prosecution's version. Here's a quote. On an objection, you overrule it. The prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. It's improper, it's unethical, you said you're not going to tolerate it, and I object, and you make it clear to the jury that my objection you find annoying. It's very clear that the tone that we get when we make an objection that should be sustained is, what are you doing? That's what was said. You specifically...
Lower your voice and don't yell at me. I told you before. I'll listen to what you say. Speak in a normal tone of voice.
Judge, we're doing the best we can to make sure that this trial is ethically conducted. They have repeated, I've objected, you told them it's improper. You overruled repeated objections where they are saying improper things. He just said a moment ago, this is a direct quote, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I object. You respond, that's appropriate comment on the evidence. It is not appropriate comment on the evidence, Your Honor. I don't know if you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that.
So, Judge,
What I heard, I could have been wrong, what I heard was that Mr. Tacopina was describing Relli as committing perjury.
Judge, that's a direct quote. The direct quote was, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. Here's another one. Relli committed extortion. There is no legal...
Do you think the jury's going to ask for what the legal description of extortion is?
Your Honor.
Forcing someone to pay money, that is, quote, extortion.
No, Your Honor.
Go on to something else.
Your Honor, I want to make my record. I mean, you're going to do what you're going to do, but I have a right to make my record. No lawyer can get up here, no lawyer can get up here and tell the jury that a crime has been committed when there is no instruction on that crime. When in fact, Your Honor, that's not the legal definition of extortion. We've objected, and the court again is basically telling me, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. Your Honor, it does matter. After a while, when there are so many of these things, they add up. And when the court is saying, wow, what they don't care about it.
No, I didn't say they don't care about it.
It seems, Your Honor, it's improper argument. And the problem is...
I don't agree with you. I think using the word, quote, extortion to describe the conduct is not improper. I think it's fair comment on the evidence. You, in your rebuttal argument, you can say it wasn't extortion.
Your
You
Honor,
can address it.
Your Honor, the bigger issue, as I said, is the court was repeatedly told, do not connect the prosecution to committing perjury.
I'll tell you what, I didn't hear that. I'm going to ask Kathy for the exact quote. If that's what was said, I'm going to sustain your objection, and I will apologize for overruling.
Judge, can I respond, please, on that one issue? Not everything else you said. What I said was, and I agree with what I said, but understand the context of it, okay? I didn't say this is more perfect. I didn't say it yesterday, I didn't say it today. But one thing I said, and it was fair comment, was the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. And what I mean by that is in regards to one thing, and it's indisputable, Your Honor. It was regarding Relli saying the tape was fake. The tape was fake. They got up, cross-examined Mr. Sajemi, did not ask him if the tape was fake or not. Okay? They then put up transcripts of that tape recording with attributions to Mr. Ephron. So that means by that, just by that very fact, they accept the fact that he committed perjury. I'm not saying they support it, but they accept that that witness committed perjury. They have to. There's no other way. Let me finish. There's no other way for them to move forward unless they say that wasn't perjury, but it was because he said that was fake. We know that wasn't fake. It was real. That was perjury. So by then moving forward with it, arguing that that tape is important for the prosecution, that Ephron said these things, that when they cross-examined Sajemi, that wasn't being a good friend to Ephron because he made a tape. All that is doing is, I didn't say it's subordinate, it's different. I would never say that. I didn't say it yesterday. What it is doing is accepting it because they didn't say, you know, we have an issue with this witness, he's committed perjury. I said they accepted their witnesses committing perjury. That witness committing perjury on that one issue. That's fair comment, Your Honor. It's not inappropriate. It wasn't disparaging counsel. I didn't say Mr. Lewin. I just said they accepted, and that is true. That there's no other way around it.
It is not fair comment. It is completely unethical.
Oh,
I agree with you.
So, Your Honor,
I agree with you.
What's frightening is Mr. Tacopina just stood up here and basically defended. He said, yeah, I said it, but I can say it. He doesn't know or care about the law. That is clear. And, Your Honor, when it's happened 25 times in this trial, with the hiding of evidence, with the late discovery, and with repeated, you told counsel before we started, do not disparage the other side. I said yesterday, you argue what you want about witnesses. You say a witness lied. You do not disparage counsel. You repeated it yesterday. He tried to explain how he didn't make mistakes yesterday, which he did. Now he gets up and he's now admitted, yes, I made that comment, here's why it's appropriate. Your Honor, it's not appropriate. It's completely unethical. It is immoral, and it's not professional. And again, Your Honor, the fact that he is getting up here saying, well, yeah, I said it, here's why, just demonstrates again, he doesn't know the law or doesn't care.
You're disparaging him right now.
I'm disparaging him because, Your Honor, he's not following the
There
witness.
does not to be any disparaging of either side.
During argument, the jury's not here. I have every right, obligation, and duty to stand up here and point out when he was being unethical. The first time the court catches me being unethical, Your Honor, the court knows. That'd be the first time. The court knows. I don't do that.
Oh,
Court knows. Court's
All
already
right,
made
I've heard enough from both of you. I missed the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I don't think that's fair comment on the evidence. I think that's an improper statement. It infers that the prosecution is allowing perjury to occur. I'm going to sustain your objection, and I'm going to apologize for overruling it, and then move on. If I were the two of you, I would just move on and not make bring it to the jury's attention. I would point out, though, I told you at the beginning of arguments that if an objection is made, I'm going to do my best to call it as I see it. You have made 17 objections. I have overruled 12. I have sustained 5. I'm doing the best I can. I will continue to do the best I can, and that's all I can say.
I just want to put on the record that, these remarks about being unethical, I just about had it with him. This from a lawyer who, and I was saying yesterday on it, this from a lawyer who asked in front of a jury for a stipulation that a shooting range was not in California, when either he knew it was in California or had no idea that it was in California. Okay? So he literally asked for a stipulation in front of a jury that he knew was not true or didn't know if it was true. And that's unethical. That's unethical. And this is a guy who, the Ninth Circuit just said lied to a jury in the Branford case.
Your Honor,
so
Your
I
Honor,
want to
Your
hear
Honor.
about him.
One more thing out of him, and we air everything that's happened in this case, which the court's aware of.
Stop it.
He might want to stop.
I'm so threatened.
You should be, Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a break.
You should be.
Don't tell the courts ever told me I was a liar.
Hey!
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so scared of you.
Stop it! I want to tell you that when I make a mistake, I own it. I have no problem admitting when I made a mistake, and I made a mistake, and I'm going to tell you what the mistake was. Mr. Tappatina mentioned, and I missed this, the prosecution accepts their witness committing perjury. I missed that. There was an objection. I overruled it. I didn't hear the whole statement. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything improper, but that statement puts the prosecutors in an unfair light, and that was improper. I overruled the objection. I should have sustained it. I don't want any side being disparaged or being put in a false light. So I made that mistake. I own it. I apologize. Go.
Thank you. Two things. One, by the way, I realized something. I said before that Mr. Ephron said he'd seen the video previously when he said there were 2 shots. What I was talking about was when he was speaking to Wally. He had already seen the video. This was obviously after Rocky's arrest and after the civil suit was filed. So I wasn't suggesting he saw the video when he went to the police on November 8th, in case that came out unclear. My co-counsel thought it did. So anyway, now we're back on the Wally's Jeffrey case. Look, all I'm saying is this. Their witness said those are fake. They played it as if they were real. So, whatever that means. But here, I'm going to go back to the crux of the Wallace and Jeffrey case, what we were allowed to play because they impeached the testimony of Ephron. And what I argued to you, and what I'll say again, is the only crime that was proven here was relative extortion. He heard it from his own mouth. And he boasted to Mr. Sejemi that he was getting $30 million. He said, I already know I'm getting 30 M's. And I told you at the beginning of this case, I said in the opening, that there would be clear evidence of extortion, and here it is.
You know what I'm saying? You asked for a back without a lawyer first for extortion. You feel me? He's going to have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Stop for a second, pause for a second. You know, what he's saying is obviously he's going to trade his cash for the case, he's selling the criminal case. So he'll get his cash and he'll disappear. The example he uses, the analogy he uses, is disgusting. Of course, that's who Terell Ephron is talking about, a domestic violence case, and he references hitting. He said you're a bitch, but that's how his mind thinks. That's his example that he could come up with. But it really just goes to show you who he is and how despicable he is. That was the example he gave. But what he's saying here is, I get my cash, I'm gone. Forget them. Play the next one, please.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, it's going to be hard for the case to find me because I'm going to be on another highway. Just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this and third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
That's it. Game, set, and match. That's extortion. That's him trying to sell a criminal case for $30 million. That he will go to an island, be relaxing, if he gets his money. Too bad for them. They'll have to go look for him. They have to find him. Imagine poor Detective Flores having to go search around, look for Terell Ephron as he's on an island sipping pina coladas somewhere. For just $30 million. That's it. That's evidence of extortion. It's his mindset. He doesn't care about this. He just wants money. And in New York's vehicle. The only reason, and by the way, this transcript's a little tough to read, I think, because I can't see it, but you'll have to go back with you, and you'll have the transcripts. But again, remember, the only reason he's not on some island somewhere relaxing, and we're all here in the schoolroom, is because Rocky refused to be a victim of his extortion demands. It's that simple. And that's why he's using this trial, really, using these prosecutors. Now he's trying to use you to get him his money. Because he knows that a conviction here will get him what he really wants in this little case. That's it. This isn't about justice for him. It's about a payout and a payback. My last quote of some of the greats in our history, which I love using some of the words of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, said an ancient friend is the bitterest of foes. We saw that come here, live and in color. Lest there be any questions about his true intentions, consider this. He sent an article, and you heard this testimony, to Wally Sajeni on December 24th, 2024, just before this trial started, entitled, Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial. And he sent it with a smiley face. A smiley face. This parasite is happy if he can hurt that family, that woman, and her family by sending a smiley face. Like, that's funny. That's funny. Because she fears the heartbreaking consequences of this trial. So he doesn't care about this trial. He just wants his money. He wants to be on an island relaxing. And he's laughing and mocking what he can do to Rihanna and them. And he needs you to get that done. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution has not proven this case not by a long shot. It's not even. I mean, this literally, I'm not telling you what to do. This can be a 5-minute verdict. You take as much time as you need. I'm not trying to impede on your province. The only thing proven beyond a reasonable doubt is that this Relli is a pathological liar, a perjurer, and an extortionist. That's just been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And they know that. They know that because they asked Detective Flores the question that I just never heard. I used to be a prosecutor. There was a question that they asked.
That's improper argument.
Sustained, but they know it's perjury. Sustained.
He used to be a prosecutor, as well, Your Honor. It's not part of the evidence.
What was the statement?
What?
I'm sorry, what was the statement, sir? What was the statement? I didn't. What part?
That they know it was perjury.
I didn't say they knew. I didn't say they knew. I said what was proven beyond a reasonable doubt because he's a pathological liar, a perjurer, and extortionist. Didn't say they knew. I understand the court's rulings.
Yeah, we objected regarding him discussing him being a prosecutor.
Okay.
It's not part of the evidence.
All right. So, anyway, what they know, they asked Detective Flores this question. Would you agree, Detective Flores, that you don't need Mr. Ephron's truthful testimony to establish a shooting occurred? Well, first of all, you do need it. You do. Remember, after breaking it down with Detective Flores, he made it clear to you they have nothing without him. We broke it down with him. We'll show you that transcript in a second. So you definitely need him, but he's just not credible. Why the heck do you think they asked that question? I mean, think about what that question screams out to you in the jury. We don't expect you to believe him, ladies and gentlemen. But it's okay. Because it's still proven. No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. If you had to make a decision, the most important in your life or of that of your family is on his word, would you do it? Terell Ephron's word, would you do it? You all know what the answer to that question is. What you're being asked to do is make that decision in the most important matter in his life, on his word. Please look at the evidence carefully. Please evaluate it cautiously. And you'll see that there's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Rakim Mayers is innocent. It's not only not that he's innocent. An innocent man's on trial with absolutely no concrete evidence against him, no reliable evidence against him at all. Because he's innocent. He's not the luckiest man for the face of certain. Because there's absolutely no evidence of a shooting. And that heavy burden should not be yours to have to live with on this evidence. It should not be. It's not right, it's not fair to ask you to do what the evidence won't, condemn an innocent man. And by the way, remember this, it's in your instructions. Circumstantial evidence. If the evidence points to both guilt and innocence, you must, there's no option here, you must side with innocence. If there's two interpretations of the evidence, guilt or innocence, you must side with innocence. That's what the law is, the judge will tell you. It's in your little books. Jury instructions. You must. It's not an option. Terell Ephron, I mean, what kind of system, seriously, folks, do we have if this kind of witness can convict someone and destroy their life? With all you know about him at this point. I've talked about there not being any forensic evidence in this case, no fingerprints, no DNA, there's none. No independent evidence outside of Terell Ephron. And ladies and gentlemen, the judge told you it only takes one lie under oath to throw this case out of court by you, if you choose. It's your decision. But just one. Just one lie. It's justification for you to say, I disregard all his testimony. You can't even count the number of lies he told under oath in this case. You can't. He lied directly, he lied to your face, he lied under oath over and over, he exaggerated, he gave around answers to try and avoid questions, he verbally assaulted me, he cursed in the courtroom, he threw a water bottle, flexed his muscles, he said he had enough, he was going to leave. How many does it take for you to know that this case is a fraud? To use Relli's own words, Relli's a fake. And he's just trying to profit off extorting A AP Relli. He's just waiting for one thing, your verdict. Then he's got it. And if they come up and say, well, Relli's not on trial, that thought crosses your mind. It's true, he's not on trial, but he should be. He should be. Perjury, extortion. But he's not on trial. But what is on trial is his credibility. His credibility is on trial. And that you have to assess, and you get to assess. You must assess. The trial rises and falls on his word. With that in mind, again I ask, what kind of system do we have if we convict on the word of that man? That man. With all you know about him. The issue in this case is the life, future, and liberty of Rakim. And that's what will be placed in your hands very shortly. And the question to have you before you first said, do you believe Terell Ephron beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm going to keep saying that because it's really what we need to discuss, is beyond a reasonable doubt or not. If you don't, Rocky has to go free. And go home. He has to. Submit upon this testimony you've heard, the perjury you've witnessed, the lies you've seen, the destruction of pieces of evidence you've observed, the fabrication of others, Mr. Ephron's trustworthiness. There's no way in the world that you can find that he's trustworthy beyond the reasonable doubt. There's no way. On the important issues in this case, so it's the ones he lied about. He lied about everything. He lied about the important issues. And if you can't do that, if anything they said to you, if anything they presented to you caused you to pause or wonder what really happened, if you have a doubt, a reasonable doubt, Rocky must be acquitted. He must be. That's our legal system. You just witnessed extortion demands throughout this trial of Ephron, the lies, the hiding of evidence, the line about being in Los Angeles 2 weeks before this incident, 9 million of the shell casings, on and on and on. And if you think he was lying about these important issues, the prosecution's case fails. Fails. So it's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. If you do not believe Terell Ephron beyond reasonable doubt, he must be acquitted. That's the law. A defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. In this case, it's not been proved. In the case of reasonable doubt, whether guilt is satisfactorily shown, until it is, he's entitled to the verdict. And the presumption placed upon the people that heavy burden of proving guilt is beyond reasonable doubt. And why is that standard called beyond reasonable doubt? Why? Look, there are many, I just want to give you some sort of analogies on this, but there are many legal systems around the world who don't have this proof beyond a reasonable doubt standard. They don't use juries, they use judges 1, 2, 3, sometimes 4. But our country has a philosophy, and that is we cannot convict people who are innocent. We cannot ruin their lives because what happens is so harmful, devastating, brutal, based on anything but the strongest evidence. And what is being attempted here? It's so harmful, so brutal, so potentially devastating to him. That's why there's such a high standard. Standard is higher than what you find in civil cases when you have disputes over money or property. If you have a reasonable doubt about this case, about the testimony, about the double talk, about the lies, the perjury, the manipulation of evidence, the destruction of evidence, about Ephron's motives, it's over. It's over. You must acquit Rakim. According to the law, is that true? Our system isn't perfect. We saw examples of people who were convicted and DNA later exonerates them because well-meaning juries didn't have evidence.
This is improper argument.
So you have those, you've heard of those things, like 250 less than there's nothing to do with this case, right? But it's by jurors who meant well, and they were subsequently exonerated by DNA evidence. Nonetheless, we have a system, and it's the best system in the world. It's the best system in the world here. It can't be perfect because human beings aren't perfect. But I'm begging you to honor that principle. Honor that principle of proof beyond reasonable doubt. Rakim must be acquitted under that standard with all the problems, the falsehoods, and the issues we've addressed. They cannot overcome them. They cannot overcome them. They can exaggerate. They can clean dirt. They can mock terminology of our witnesses. They can be sarcastic, repeating their unimpeached testimony. They can do whatever they want. They can't prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This case never should have been brought to begin with, based on Terell Ephron, once they learned who he was. These are what we call burdens of proof in our legal system. In a civil case, again, which is a dispute over money and property, the one side that proves preponderance of the evidence, that's the standard. They get the verdict. Okay? And it's often described in very simple terms. If you have a scale, like the scales of justice, if it just goes 51% to 49% in favor of one party, they win. That's a civil case. That's what preponderance of the evidence. That's enough to bankrupt somebody. That's enough to take away their business, leave them penniless. It is not enough to convict them of a crime. There's even a higher standard than that in law called clear and convincing evidence. And clear and convincing evidence, for example, in custody disputes, for example, where the custody of a child is at stake. Clear and convincing evidence in some custody disputes, you can take a child away from the parent if you prove by clear and convincing evidence that that parent should not have custody. They have not met the standards for the legal system requires a parent. Clear and convincing evidence. Clear and convincing evidence alone is not enough to convict someone of a crime in the legal system. Some take a child away, but not enough to convict of a crime. And let me ask you this. Do you think you've seen clear and convincing evidence in this case that Terell Ephron is truthful, that he's believable, that he's honest, that he's honorable, does not have financial motive in this case? that is to be believed and trusted, they can't even meet the clear and convincing standard, let alone the highest standard in our legal system, which is beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not even close. To further explain beyond a reasonable doubt, and the judge gave some great examples in his preliminary instructions and how high that standard is. If you think someone may be guilty, that's not enough. If you think perhaps they're guilty, that's not enough. If you suspect they might be guilty, that's not enough. Possibly guilty, it's not enough. Probably guilty, not enough. Guilty likely, not enough. Guilty highly likely, not enough. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, when you get into that jury room, ask yourself, do we have a reasonable doubt about Terell Ephron in this case? Any. Because all it takes is one. Just one. Just one. You have 100. All it takes is one. Look, my time is almost up. I want to apologize to you again for the length that this journey has taken. But you know, you're seeking justice that really are no shortcuts. You would trade this with me. You would want to fight hard and vigorously, especially if it was for a person who's maintained their innocence from the get-go, from day one. And I hope and I trust that you understand that in a journey towards justice that there are no shortcuts. Let me tell you how this is going to proceed now. After I go after lunch, I think, or maybe now, the prosecution will get to go again for another submission, for a rebuttal submission. We have this one opportunity to address you because they have this very heavy burden, so they go first and last. They will seek to rebut, which I brought up. Presumably, they won't be back up here talking about all sorts of new things, or they'll face objection. But they have to seek to rebut what is being argued right now. And let me tell you up front, I'm loath to object during someone else's argument. I don't do it. I didn't do it once before. Try not to do it, Mr. Lewis. But if something new is brought up, you know, it maybe can help you. Let me tell you also this. If he brings up anything new, we may be precluded from standing up again and saying, wait a minute, here's an answer to that. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen, you have an answer. But you can substitute your common sense. You all can substitute your common sense. Your judgment in that place, and that's required for this journey. In this journey towards justice, you can substitute your common sense. You can respond for it. Not out loud, don't do that. But you can respond. I'd like to remind you of something Judge Arnold told you. By the way, before I do that, I just want to also tell you that we're all very fortunate having this judge. I've been before many, many judges. His patience with us in particular, his humility, he is an inspiring role model for what a judge should be. So you're all very lucky to be in this world. I feel it. Anyway, His Honor told you in the beginning that Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity, the prosecution will, Mr. Lewin will have the opportunity to sum up last. It's not because I lost the coin toss. It's not because of that. At the beginning of this thing. It's because that's the rules. They have the very heavy burden, and those are rules established by the state. So because they have the heavy burden of proving someone guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they go last, and that's a burden that never shifts to us. We have no burden. When a prosecutor has a particularly weak case like this, which stands or falls on evidence not worthy of belief, is that fine? They always make some sort of pitch like, oh, the witnesses aren't on trial. I defy them to get up here and convince you that the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky didn't act in self-defense or defense of another, or that the starter pistol was a real gun, beyond a reasonable doubt. I defy them to explain to you why. Watch for attacks on the defense, watch for questions posed by him, knowing we're not allowed to respond. The law says you can respond for me. One other thing I'm going to pose to them right now. Remember yesterday I was telling you about this issue regarding cartridges from a prop gun. because you heard about a prop gun, can eject, does eject some sort of a casing. And I said to you, there's absolutely no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank casings from a prop gun look like. You heard evidence that from Lou Evans, the only one that was asked about it. There's paper and plastic in a prop gun bullet, so to speak. There's no evidence of how far or what direction they would be ejected to from the prop gun, whether they would still be intact or not. It would be split open. There's no evidence of that in this record at all. And certainly, there's no evidence that they would look anything like something that would be observable by the police, like those silver, shiny, metallic casings from a real firearm. No evidence whatsoever. I was told yesterday, there was an objection, I was told I was missing the evidence. I then said, first of all, I don't mistake the evidence, and I challenged the prosecution. Okay, if I'm mistaking the evidence today, when they get up, show the jury.
Your Honor, this is improper argument.
If I mistake the evidence, show the jury when you stand up. That I mistake the evidence. Show them the evidence in this record that cartridges from a prop gun are metal or metallic or anything. Anything. There's no evidence in the record at all. I'm told they mistake the evidence. They could probably should. Now, it comes a time for me now to conclude my remarks, and I may never have another opportunity to speak to you again, certainly not this setting, maybe when the case is over. And you've been told many, many times there are very heavy burdens placed upon the prosecution of people for good reasons to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. And as such, it is Steward's duty to answer for you as best he can any legitimate questions arising from the evidence which we believe is cast doubt on Rocky's guilt. There may be 1,000 such questions in a case like this, which we could put to them, but we intend no such exercise. We'll be here until the summer. I do think, after careful deliberation, that it might be fair to suggest 10 questions that literally hang in the air in this courtroom at this very moment. And as the time approaches for you to decide this case, for us to hand the baton to you as you will, I offer these questions now as the most important challenge to the prosecution. The prosecution claims it's met its burden in this case. They claim that. Well, if the burden has in fact been met, then you'll be given logical, sensible, credible, satisfying answers to each of these 10 questions. On the other hand, the questions are overwhelming or unanswerable. Those questions will be ignored, or you'll be told that the prosecution has no obligation to answer our questions. If you're giving anything less than complete, sensible, satisfactory responses to these 10 questions, beyond a reasonable doubt, you'll quickly realize that the case is transparent and false, and false. We prove real hard things for you, things you can see, things you can take back to the jury room. In light of this, you have to find Rocky not guilty. And when I'm concluded, and for Mr. Lewin's convenience, I should decide to deal with these very troublesome questions. I'm going to leave him the written list up here of questions when I conclude. Let's see if he wants to go through them with you or not, but I'm going to show you those 10 questions. Here they are. Let me go over them with you, one by one, very briefly. Question number 1. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he photographed shell casings at the scene? Okay, there is none. We know that. Because even though they have photographs from his phone, they didn't get the metadata to show where those photos were taken. We also know they didn't get his GPS location at 11:45 that was shown where he was when he took those photos. Number 2, other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that the shell casings even came from the scene? no evidence other than his word. Lydia Parker's not here. Just talk about the metadata and the GPS location. Third question I asked him to answer. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he even went back to the scene? Because now we know he swears that at 11:09, that's not him. That's not him anymore. And there is no video of him going back to the scene. So now we're left with his word again. Because they got Ill's GPS location, but not Relli's. Number 4. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he ever left Los Angeles after going to a shooting range, shooting off 9mm, by the way, 2 weeks before the incident? Again, it's just his word that he left Los Angeles 2 weeks before. So he took a flight, and he took a flight back. That would have been a very easy one to prove. But we just have his word. Number 5. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that the scrapes on his knuckles were gunshot wounds? He didn't have to comment on that. Number 6. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that a conversation ever happened on November 5th, to set the tone for November 6th, between ASAP Bari and Rocky? Other than his word, there was no ASAP Bari, there's no phone records, so we just have to take Relli's word that that happened. Number 7. In light of Lou Levin's testimony and in light of Lou Levin and 12B's unimpeached testimony, other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that Rocky did not carry a problem? Other than Relli's word? There's none. No evidence of a shooting. Nothing from either video says that's not a problem. None. Number 8. Other than Relli's word, what evidence is there that he was shot by an operable semi-automatic firearm? Again, other than his word, no evidence whatsoever. Number 9, this one's my personal favorite. Number 9. How is it that you do not need Relli's truthful testimony, remember that question, to establish a shooting occurred when Detective Flores told you, A, the parking garage video does not show an operable gun. That's his testimony. So let me break it down this way. Video 1 alone, you don't know if the gun's operable, correct? Correct. B, the video from 1616 Mesa Del Mar does not show if there's any gun at all. The answer to that was specifically just looking at that and not looking at anything else? No. Well, that's the video. Just looking at that? No. And C, the sound heard on the video from 6200 Hollywood Boulevard may have come from a replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. So, no evidence of an operable gun in one video. No evidence of the gun at all, or any shooting in the second video. And the pop-pop, according to that case detective, could have come from a replica. So, do you need Relli's testimony? Because if you just don't have it, if you take it out, like was suggested in that question, Detective Flores told you there's no evidence. No evidence that there was a shooting or an operable firearm. And number 10, given that Relli told you he can lie whenever he wants, you saw him commit perjury multiple times. Relli told you he will commit perjury when he doesn't want to answer a question. How can you trust Relli with a matter of importance in your life, the life of a loved one, or the life you sit in judgment of? I don't know how they answer those questions. They can't. I will leave these 10 questions right here. We'll see if you get answers. I don't think so. You have the capacity to transform his very dark 3.5 years into a bright tomorrow. You have that capacity. You have the power in your hands. It's up to you now. We're going to pass the baton to you now, or very soon anyway. And you will do the right thing, I'm sure of it. You made that commitment for justice. You'll do the right thing. I will go someday on to other cases, no doubt. Mr. Lewin, Mr. Siegel, Mr. Versloman, Mr. Kaplan. We will, Judge Arnold will try other cases. one day over. But this is Rocky's one day in court. By your decision, you control his very life with your hands. Treat it carefully. Treat it fairly. Be fair. Do the right thing. Remember the testimony of Terell Ephron and ask yourselves if you would trust him with any matter of importance in your life. And if the answer is no, you can't trust him with a matter of importance in his life. The case rises and falls as you saw with him. All you can do is try and give Rocky's life back. Imagine living under despicable accusation, 3.5 years, facing what he's facing, knowing he didn't do a thing wrong. It's been my privilege, my absolute privilege, and honor to represent someone that I admire as much as this man. And I thank his amazing family for putting their trust in me. You ask questions in jury selection that if you had a doubt, would you have any problem saying not guilty? Would you have the courage to say not guilty? Did you have the mental fortitude to walk back into this courtroom if they failed to prove him guilty? Do you have the courage to walk back in here and say, we find him not guilty? You all said you could do that. You all said it. That's why you were picked. That's why the 16 of you are here. You know that was part of your job. You said you could do it. I'm going to hold you to that, and I hope you hold yourselves to it. That's what makes the system great. Your courage. Your willingness to stand up for what's right. Look, this courtroom says Mark S. Arnold, judge. He's the judge. Judge Arnold's courtroom. But when it comes to the facts in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's right in this case, it's your court. When it comes to what's fair in this case, it's your court. No one will take that from you. This is your court right now. I'm going to tell you something. What happened here isn't right. Think about that. Because if the message was going to be sent out, that proof like this is enough to convict one of us, one of our citizens, none of us have a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mark.
We'll take a break now, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 1 o'clock, at which time you will hear from Mr. Miller. So please remember, keep an open mind. You have not heard everything. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or anybody else, and we'll see you in about 7 minutes.
I mean, you're with the, that's the VIP code.
Are any of you folks in the audience cold? I have a jacket downstairs. If somebody wants it, I'll go get it. No, I'm serious. I have no control over the temperature of the room. Does anybody want a jacket? You do?
I'm good, we're good.
Nobody? Okay.
Bring back the horsehair wigs. That'll keep everyone warm.
Are you ready for the jury?
No, we're waiting for Mr. Tacopina.
Yes.
Oh, you got a jacket on.
We got to take her for the jacket.
Where?
Hey,
I'll go get it.
can I have the robe?
I only got the one.
Telling you, man. Horsehair wigs, bring them back. They'll keep everyone nice and toasty. Not until the gavel's down. See, like I can't take pictures of like them hugging or anything. It's like only like if they did like at the end of the verdict or something like that while they're still gavelled in. Maybe, but you can't shoot the game. Yeah. I'm used to a lot of these where it's like really dry, like people do not do anything but one person.
Record, all parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Lewin, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Over lunch, I had a nightmare that when I was going to come back up here, that Mr. Tacopina was only half done. I think, I'm not sure, but I believe I had a birthday and at least one grandchild during that closing. And I bring that up for a specific reason, and that is, do not confuse the length of that argument with the persuasiveness of it. What we kind of have gotten away from is why we're here. So this is the case of People versus Rakim Mayers. This is not People versus Mr. Ephron. It's not People versus John Lewin. It's People versus Rakim Mayers. And the reason that I point that out is because if you didn't know better and you listened to the closing, you would think that either Relli was on trial, maybe I was on trial, and we're not on trial. And I think it's important when you are listening and really going through these arguments that you understand what this case is about. And for that reason, I'd love to say that I'm going to be very brief up here. And the reason I'm not going to be is that, unfortunately, I've got an obligation to make sure that I address the points that defense counsel made. Whether those points are relevant, whether those points are persuasive. I can tell you this, I won't be as long as Mr. Tacopina was, and I'm confident that you will get the case today, this afternoon. But that's where we are. I want to start with, this is Randy's Donuts. This is Randy's Donuts. This is on the corner. You're looking at Randy's. This is in Inglewood, on the corner of basically Manchester and La Cienega. This is the exit from the 405. If you're coming, we're looking northbound. And 30 years ago, when I was a young deputy DA in Torrance, I used to drive from home, and I would have to take this route on the 405. And I would, every day, I would get off on the 405, and I would tell myself that if God wanted me to get a donut, He would make sure that the light that you can't see right here was red. As you can see, God wanted me to have a lot of donuts. I ended up, most of the time, I stopped. But there came a time where it just wasn't good enough for me to take the chance on the light. So what I would do is, it's a really long straightaway, and you can see when you're getting off the freeway, you can see that light. So what I would do is literally, I would coast my car at 20 or 25 miles an hour, making sure that I hit the red, and then I could go in and I'd get that donut. And I bring this up because passing up that donut was extremely difficult for me. Very, very hard. And most days I wasn't able to do it. And I always thought that that's probably one of the hardest things that I would have to do. And then I became a trial lawyer. And then I started trying cases. And then I started trying serious cases. And I can tell you that what it takes to pass up that donut is nothing compared to what it's like when I have to sit here during a closing argument, and the defense is up, and I have to listen. And I want to get up and I want to scream, I want to yell. I can't do it. I try to do different things, try to focus on something else, try to go to a little happy place. It's really, really hard. It's especially hard when, as in this case, Mr. Tacopina makes an argument. And I want to be clear about something. I'm going to attack the arguments that Mr. Tacopina made. Because that's what lawyers do. That's what's fair. I'm going to attack the arguments that he made. I'm going to attack the case that the defense put on. I'm not going to attack Mr. Tacopina personally. I'm not going to cast aspersions on evidence that he put on. In the end, witnesses, we don't vouch for our witnesses, ladies and gentlemen. What that means is that we put on witnesses, and those witnesses testify to what they're going to testify to. So I'm going to go through, and I'm going to very critically point out what this case is about and what it isn't about. And kind of before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about your role as jurors. So you 16 people, we started in what year? And I know many of you, probably most, maybe all of you, none of you wanted to be here. Okay? And I get it. It's understandable. But you were chosen. It wasn't simply magic that you ended up as jurors. Both sides chose you. And honestly, and one of the few things Mr. Tacopina and I probably agree on is that in our country, it's an incredible honor to be able to be a juror, because in other countries, we don't have jury trials. We don't have any system of justice. But you were selected, and it literally is an honor. But along with that honor comes a duty and a responsibility. And I'm not going to understate it. I'm not going to pretend it's anything other than it's not. I will tell you, Mr. Kozlevic and I, we have done our duty, our responsibility in putting on this case. We have given you a case, or we have proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. It's going to end up going into your hands, and I'm going to explain to you what the evidence demonstrates and what the verdict in the case should be. Some of you might be saying, wait a minute, I don't understand why we had a trial. Because let's face it, no matter how much the defense wants to talk about how this is all about Relli's credibility, it isn't. It's on video. What's amazing about this case is how little in the end Relli's credibility for anything that matters in the case is really an issue. Now, it certainly could have been an issue. There could have been a defense in this case. There could have been, where the defense put on evidence and they said, hey, listen, Relli, you can't see it, but Relli, when he came, had a weapon. And he said, I'm going to kill you. And the defendant at that point in time pulled a gun to defend himself. And the situation ended and Relli followed. And he threatened again, and he pulled out another gun. And that would have been difficult for us to counter, not because it's true, but because the evidence that you would have been given would have been much more problematic, much more difficult. That's not the defense they chose. The defense they chose, and I'm going to get into this in a little more time and more detail, but I want to make sure you all understand it right off the bat. This case comes down to one issue and one issue only. They are saying it's a prop gun. If it's a prop gun, he is absolutely not guilty of the charges. Not because he didn't pull it, not because he didn't fire it, but because under the law, if it's not a real firearm, it's not a violation of Penal Code Section 245, and it's not the personal use of a firearm. Now, here's what's interesting. Now, again, I'm going to explain this in more detail. Mr. Tacopina got up here and he says, absolutely, hey, listen, he did not have a real gun. It's a prop gun. But it's still self-defense. That's not true. If it is a prop gun, there is no self-defense. And the only way you can get to self-defense in this case is you have to find, one, that it was a real gun, which it clearly was a real gun. There's no question there. It was a real gun. The prop gun is a figment of the defense and the witnesses who testified to it. You have to find that not only is it a real gun and that it was fired, but that the defendant was defending other individuals or himself, and that the force that he used was necessary. And ladies and gentlemen, he wasn't defending anybody else. The force was not necessary. It's a sad situation, and I'm going to confront this head on. It would be easy for you all as jurors to say, wait a minute, I don't get it. This is a guy who's got everything. He has everything. He's successful. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got 2 children who were here. And some of you might be saying, gosh, you know what? Why would he risk that? And that's a very good question. It's just not a question that is for you to consider. Because in the end, the issue is not why did he risk it? Why did he do what he did? Because what the evidence shows is that is what he did. This is also not, let me repeat, not about Relli and his civil suit. And let's talk about that for a moment. And let's talk about exactly what we are dealing with here. I want to go a little forward here. As I'm talking, again, some of you might say, hey, listen, Mr. Lewin, we've been listening to this case. Why are you even up here arguing? We get it. If I were in charge of the court system, which I'm not, I would make an adjustment. And what would happen is there would be a scoreboard right on top of between where juror number 4 and juror number 5 is. And I could look up and I could see, okay, we're up 42-0. I can take a knee, I can run the clock out, but I don't have a scoreboard. I have no idea what you 12 jurors are thinking. I have no idea. I have no idea if some of the crazy arguments by the defense, gosh, maybe somebody believes them. One of the most difficult, frustrating things that can happen is, and I try not to do this, but I will see jurors taking notes, writing things down at certain points where I'm thinking, oh my gosh, why are they writing that? That doesn't make any sense. Of course, I don't know what you're writing. I have no idea. You could be writing down a point, you could be writing down, that doesn't make any sense at all. I have no idea. But here's what I do know. I've got an obligation to make sure that I address everything that the defense has brought up. Good points, bad points, irrelevant points, nonsensical points. I have to address it all because I don't know where each one of you are at. And the reason is pretty simple. There is no way that I can ask you 12 jurors to do your job if I haven't done mine. So that's kind of the background of where we find ourselves. All right, let's talk for a second about the defense closing argument, and I think it's important. So what they have done, and listen, I get it. Relli, in a lot of ways, was a very problematic victim. Why is he problematic? Well, one, in a lot of ways, he's not very sympathetic. And I'm not here to get you to like Relli, to get you to say, you know what, Relli deserves $30 million. Because unlike what Mr. Takapina said, you're not here to decide that. You are not here. I'm not Relli's lawyer, and you're not the jury who's going to decide what damages he's going to get. Evidence has showed he has a civil suit. You're aware of that. I'm not telling you anything that's not a part of the evidence. And if that civil suit goes to trial, as you all know, there will be a jury that will decide what, if anything, he gets. That is not you 12. I don't mean to shortchange you alternates. Being alternate is a really, I'm not going to lie, it's a crummy job. You get to sit through everything, and then you don't get to vote. I think I said this on voir dire. I would have held my hand up and said, I cannot be an alternate. I can't do it. I need to be able to vote. So when I say U12, I really mean U16. You never know who is going to end up on our jury. But what is important to keep in mind is that you're not here representing Relli. But you know what I do want to explain? I want to explain for a second what happened with Relli and who he is and what he's been through. And I think it's really important, and this kind of goes to what the defense is in this case. This is a picture that if you look at it, it's very blurry, okay? You can't see what's going on. Why is that? Because what the defense wants to do is they want to zoom up so close on every irrelevant fact that you forget why we're even here. And what's an example, Al? I'll tell you right now. Mr. Capapina spent time pointing out the fact that Relli was not honest about buying a property in Miami. Now you need to ask yourselves, what does his property in Miami have to do with what happened on November 6th? Nothing. But he would say, well, but wait a minute. If Relli is not being truthful about that, you don't have to believe about anything. I'm going to get to why that is not what the instructions actually direct you to do. But I want to do something more. I want to do something better. I want to explain to you from the evidence why Relli was up there doing what he did. So let's first talk about the fact that Mr. Capapina spent a lot of time talking about, hey, the defendant, he just sat there, he was dignified, he didn't make any fuss, etc. That's all true. That doesn't mean anything. The defendant is an extremely powerful individual. His wife is even more powerful. Relli found himself in a situation where he was on the wrong side of that power divide. And by the way, it doesn't matter why he got there, but you know why. You heard it. There was a disagreement about ASAP Josh and about what happened to him and what was going to be paid for and what wasn't. And what's important is that Relli and the defendant had a disagreement about it. That's what happened. And because of that disagreement, and because of ego, this is what happened. Now, some of you might be saying to yourselves, well, wait a minute. I mean, in the end, what really happened in this case? Okay, it wasn't a prop gun, obviously. The evidence demonstrates, and by the way, we don't have to prove that Relli got shot. The reasonable inference from the evidence is that he's got a wound on his hand that he didn't have beforehand. I'm going to address this again, but every time you hear the defense say, where was the witness to testify to that? You need to remember something. They are the ones that are arguing that this was a prop gun. They are the ones that are arguing that Relli didn't actually sustain these injuries from a gunshot. They are the ones arguing that casings would not have been found. You've got how many lawyers over there? How many people? There was a point in time during jury selection where they almost had a football huddle. There were like 8 or 9 of them over there. Do you think for one moment, 1 millisecond, that if those individuals had something positive to say to help the defendant, that they would have called those individuals? If, for instance, Relli's injuries could not have been caused by a graze wound, they would have called a witness. So what you're left with is, Relli didn't have that wound when it started. He testified that he felt heat going through his hands instantly. So the idea that, well, it's a minor wound, and that's true. But we're not here to talk about the consequences. I want to really point out something that's really important. This was 10 p.m. on a busy Saturday night in the middle of Hollywood. And what happened? And you know this. Well, I'm going to go through this evidence at length. But the short story is that the defendant, because he was angry, because of ego, because of the fact that he is who he is, he decided that he was going to have a confrontation with Relli. That's what happened. We'll go through the video. It's very clear. The defendant goes there with a gun. He's got two guys with him. He grabs Relli. He initiated this incident. And what I don't think is being addressed enough, and Relli talked about it, is that, remember, Relli has no idea before this is happening. He doesn't think it's this severe of an issue. They've known each other half their lives. They understand they're upset with each other. That's clear. You have to text back and forth. But at that moment, and I'm not talking about when the defendant fires the gun. I'm talking about the parking garage. When the defendant pulls out the gun, Relli's entire future flashes before his eyes. And do you know what that future is? He's done. It's over. What makes it over? Well, he understands that if the defendant is upset with him enough to pull a gun on him, that he's going to ruin him. As he told you, that means no more artists will sign with him. That means record deals will go away. He's done. And he doesn't know this is coming. He doesn't have time to contemplate it. And what's his response? It's shock and it's anger. And it's not really thinking about what is smart. The argument that Mr. Tacopina makes is, well, who would go after somebody who's pulled a gun on them? Well, that's not quite a fair argument, because it's not somebody who's pulled a gun on them. It's someone that was a close friend. And Relli told you he really wasn't thinking about the consequences. He was angry. He also told you that, you know what? Rocky had pulled a gun on him, and he put it back. So he realized at that point, his life as he knew it is over. By the way, he was right. So we're not here to talk about what damages Relli should get, what damages he shouldn't get. But let's remember something. That man shot him. That man took away the career that he had. I don't know what that's worth. 30 million sounds a bit excessive to me, but I'm not the lawyer in that trial, and you're not the jury. So that will be hashed out, that will be debated, and that will be eventually decided upon. But there's no question that in that moment, he realized that he was losing something very, very important, very precious. And so what does he do? He follows, and we have the second incident. Now, what started the second incident? We'll never know. We know that Relli is yelling at him. Relli is saying very unkind things. And we know there's no question the defendant is proud. Okay? And I'm going to give you another word because I'm not going to hide from it. He's entitled. All right? Everybody runs around. He is a big, important man, and everybody serves him. This is just a small example, but it's important. The witnesses who came in are dependent upon him financially. They're dependent upon him for their careers. And what happened in the middle of a trial with 12 on the stand? 12's asked a question. Has anyone ever seen or heard a defendant yell out to a witness in front of the jury, "Don't answer that"? That's what happens when you have a lot of power. And no one has ever told you, you know what? You can't do that. So why did the defendant, why did he take out the gun and fire those shots? I don't know. But you don't have to figure that out either. Because in the end, and I covered this in jury selection, I asked each one of you, if I prove to you, Mr. Pozlemic and I, if we prove to you what happened in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, and you don't understand why it happened, it still happened. But that's not where the story ends. Because that act, and the first act's important too. When he pulls the gun out, I'm going to go through the video, but it's very clear that that incident ends because a couple of people walk by. That's very clear. There are witnesses. One of the witnesses, I think 12, I believe, even mentioned, yeah, there's people walking by, but that's not what ended it. Well, you can see where they are, and you can see that right after, that's when he puts the gun back. When they get to the second scene, something happens. And one of the things that makes no sense in the defense argument, 0 sense, is that they keep talking about the timing of the shots. Okay? It's not when the first shot was fired, and you're going to see it. You can see, you can't tell what it is, but you can see Rocky make a movement behind his back and pull out a firearm. Pull out, you can't tell what it is, but he's going to pull that item out, and at that point in time, he's going to start advancing to where Relli and Ills are. That is what Relli responds to, is that firearm being pulled out. Yes, he grabs Ills before the first shot is fired because he's trying to avoid getting shot. So again, the timing of which shot it is it 1 second before or after, that's an irrelevancy. It doesn't matter. It's not even the defense theory. And the other thing that is really, really important, and again, I'm going to call it out, I'm not going to hide behind it. That man decided that his ego and his vendetta and his anger at Relli was important enough that he was going to risk not only Relli's life or Ill's life, but he was going to fire 2 shots from a 9mm firearm in the middle of Hollywood. Now, I don't have to tell you, because you all know it's common sense. Bullets travel until they hit something. That's what happens. They're fired at very, very high velocity. They're coming out at an incredible speed. And they travel until they hit something. Sometimes what they hit is the ground. And they ricochet. Sometimes what they hit is a car. Sometimes what they hit is the person they're aimed at. And sometimes some tourist walking down Hollywood Boulevard with her family all of a sudden drops dead because they've been shot in the head by a bullet that somebody selfishly fired to settle a childish dispute. That's what he did. That's the conduct in this case. It's not about what injury Relli received. It's not about how much money he's going to sue for. Those are not in the jury instructions. You're not going to see a jury instruction on, quote, extortion. Because that's not what you're here to decide. That's what happened in this case. That man decided, you know what? I'm angry. And I'm going to show him. The defense argument, as I listened, it was almost like Mr. Tacopina took off in a plane with no flight plan. And he flew around in circles. Circle after circle after circle. And eventually, he kind of just ran out of gas and kind of just crashed the plane. There wasn't much direction. there wasn't much focus. And there wasn't an emphasis on the actual facts you're here to decide. Now listen, he's got a tough case. In opening statement, my partner got up here and he told me this is a simple case. It is a simple case. I'm going to tell you, this case could and easily could be a 5-minute verdict. And here's why. Because once you decide that this was not a prop gun, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not a prop gun. I'm going to go through all the reasons. And once you decide that, this case is done. It's over. Because that's the defense in the case. Not, as Mr. Tacopina tried to argue, well, it's self-defense. If you notice, Mr. Tacopina didn't actually reach the next step. He talked about self-defense, but he never explained to you, for it to be self-defense, you have to find that it was a real gun. That's what you have to find. If you have a question about that, you ask the court. You have to find, to get to self-defense, that it was a real gun. And their defense in this case was, it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. Was it a prop gun or was it not? If you find it's a prop gun, all I can say is, you know what? You really need to examine why you're getting there. And I'm going to bring up something that's really important. The defendant is a celebrity. His wife's an even bigger celebrity. Many of you know who they are. They brought in 2 adorable children yesterday for closing argument. Now, they haven't been here at any other time. And you have to ask yourselves, those kids have a right to be there. Why children that age would be here in a situation like this, don't know. But you have to ask yourselves, am I going to let my feelings of not wanting to convict the defendant? And Mr. Tacopina made it very clear. If you noticed in closing today, he literally brought up Rihanna, he brought up the defendant's family, and he basically was saying, hey, listen, if you convict him, it's going to be very difficult on the family. That is not something you are allowed to consider. So I'm not telling you I don't think you should consider it. You are not allowed to consider it. If you think you are allowed to consider it, ask the question of the judge when you go back. You can send out notes. You can ask questions. You are not allowed to consider how this might affect Rihanna or his kids. And there's a very simple reason. We are all in the world responsible for what we do. And I'm going to add something else, too. There was testimony from ASAP Lou. And ASAP Lou, even though it wasn't a question, ASAP Lou wanted to get in front of you, I think 2 times at a minimum, that the defendant is looking at 24 years in prison. The defendant is looking at whatever Judge Arnold decides he is going to give him. So you are not allowed, by the way, to consider, oh my gosh, if I convict, he can get 24 years. You're not allowed to consider, even if that was true. But in the end, Judge Arnold will decide what the sentence in this case is. So if any of you go back there and say, well, you know what, I just don't think that this crime, I'm just not comfortable with 24 years, you can't do that. If one of the rest of you does it, guys, it's misconduct. You can't do it. You got to stop yourself. You got to stop the person next to you. You got to say, you know what? We can't do that. All right. You've got to base your decision on this case on the facts that have been proved from the evidence. Now, this is really important. The instruction does not say on the facts that have been proved from the people's evidence. That is hugely important in this case. There is no question whatsoever that our case got immeasurably stronger because the defense chose to put on a case. No question. Even if some of you were saying to yourselves, you know what? I don't think, based on just what the prosecution put on, that I would have convicted. And let's think about that for a second. Until the defense case, now they mentioned an opening, but remember, opening is not evidence. Until the defense case, we don't know what the defense is. It could have been self-defense. It could have been any number of things. It wasn't. They chose to put on a defense. They didn't have to. You remember in voir dire, I asked you all, are you going to give any points to the defense if they choose to put on a defense in their case where they don't have to? Or are you going to look at their evidence as critically, as importantly, as you do for our evidence? You all said you would do it. They elected to put on a defense that killed their case. It destroyed it. And I'll go through it. It started with Wally. The best evidence from the victim. This is probably the second thing I agree with Mr. Tacopina. Mr. Tacopina put on Wally to impeach the defendant. To impeach the victim on an issue of whether it was his voice. And obviously, it was Relli's voice. And obviously, he was uncooperative. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, why was Relli uncooperative in this case? Relli told you, and you saw evidence of it, in April of 2022, when it came out that Relli was the individual who reported the defendant to the police, he's facing death threats. His family is facing death threats. So he is up there not wanting to answer any question about his family. He doesn't even want to give his girlfriend's name. He doesn't want to say where he lives. He doesn't want to identify anything about Miami. You got to ask yourselves, first of all, is it understandable why he didn't want to answer those questions? Of course it is. You have to ask yourselves, Mr. Tacopina repeatedly asked those questions. Listen, that's his right as a lawyer. He can certainly do that. But it was very clear that the result of that, if not the intention, was to get Relli upset, to get him agitated, and to shut him down. And that's what happened. But even more importantly, none of those questions, none of those answers matter. And what's amazing is the defense, their witness, they put on the evidence from Wally, which is some of the most crucial evidence in the case. And again, I'm going to get there. So the defense had no obligation to put on a case. They could have done nothing. But do not be mistaken. Some jurors go back and they say, you know what? Well, because if I only look at the people's case, they haven't proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why this says, prove from the evidence, not prove from the people's evidence, all of the evidence in the case. So, we've got a duty, and we don't hide behind it at all. We have a duty to prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, it's interesting. Mr. Tacopina keeps talking about, quote, reasonable doubts. There's no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not individual pieces. Reasonable doubt is an overall view from all of the evidence. So when he says, well, listen, if you have a reasonable doubt about Relli's credibility, then that means it's a not guilty. That's not true at all. The question is, when you look at all of the evidence, if you find that Relli's credibility is really material, if you find that there isn't other evidence that overcomes it, does the overall collection of the evidence cause you to have a reasonable doubt? There is no such thing as reasonable doubts. They are not like pieces of a cookie where you pick up one and go, here's a reasonable doubt. Here, it's not how it works. And you got the instruction that shows it. We have to prove every element of the crimes charged. No question, that's our burden. But this is really important. Not every element in every case is in dispute or reasonably in dispute. So what does that mean? So for instance, we would have had to prove that it was the defendant who was at the scene. That's our burden. But the defense has already conceded that. We would have had to prove that the defendant had a gun. They've already conceded he had a gun. They say it's a prop gun. We would have had to concede, we would have had to prove, that the defendant assaulted Relli with the gun. Well, they've conceded that. They just say it was a prop gun. We don't have to prove whatsoever that the defendant shot Relli, although that's what the evidence demonstrates. So very little in this case is in dispute, and that is hugely important. So let's talk about the relevant evidence in this case. So the day before the shooting, November 5th, 2021, Relli's in a car with Jabari. And again, I got to talk about Bari for a second, ASAP Bari. The defense is saying, well, why didn't you bring Bari in to us? Bari is the guy, if you remember, who posted, who is calling Relli a rat or a snitch. I can't remember which it is right now. The people's position is that Bari is not credible. If the defense wanted to bring him in, if they thought that he had evidence to add to their case, they would have brought him in. They flew in a guy from France, okay? Let's just take a step back. They flew in an individual from France at tremendous expense on almost no notice. And they flew him in because they wanted to prove that that was Relli's voice on the tapes. Now, one has to ask themselves, did they listen to the tapes? Because the tapes are some of the best evidence we have in this case. And you know that they only played for you a little snippet. I'm going to play the whole first part of that call, uninterrupted. I'm not going to give a snippet. So what happened in this case? Day before the shooting, there's an issue between the two of them. Okay? The defendant is upset with Relli. That's not in dispute. He's upset with him. I have no idea whether Relli was right about this dispute or the defendant was right about the dispute. But here's what I know for sure. It does not matter. It's not an issue for you to even consider. Let's assume that Relli paid for every part of ASAP Josh's funeral. Okay? The most expensive funeral in the history of mankind. He paid $20 million for the funeral. Let's assume that happened. It doesn't change the fact that he can't assault him with a firearm. I don't know. We have no idea who was right on this. But it's very clear it doesn't matter. But what's important is there is a dispute. And by the way, if that call did not take place, do you believe for a second that they would not have brought ASAP Bari in? And what do you think would have been the response for the defense if we would have brought ASAP Bari in, and ASAP Bari would have lied the same way that Twelby lied, and Wally lied, and ASAP Lou lied? So, he's his close friend. If that guy was going to help him, they would have called him. And they have the power of the subpoena just like we do. And in fact, he's the defendant's friend. They know where he is. They're able to access him. So the fact that he's not here, do not get caught up in that game. But, again, the relevance in this is simply that they had a dispute the day before. And the defendant, who is clearly a proud individual, got embarrassed by the fact that Relli is hearing him talking about him behind his back. Which, let's face it, it's not very manly, okay? It's just not. And it's clear that the defendant is embarrassed by this. He's embarrassed by the fact that Relli knows he is talking about him behind his back. And Relli doesn't like it, clearly. So, this is the day before the shooting. You can see what's going on. I'm not going to repeat the language. This is what we have. And by the way, at this point in time, this is a stupid little incident. Okay? The man's a multi-millionaire. Why on earth is he going to take it to the level that he took it? I don't know, but that's exactly what he did. So what happens? Well, the day of the shooting, we know that Relli is receiving a bunch of calls from the defendant, from Ills, and from Twelby. And if you don't think that Ills and Twelby know what's going on, I got a bridge to sell you. Okay? If you think, as the defense argued, that those were credible witnesses, Relli was angry and he was hostile. They weren't angry or hostile. They were just liars. Start to finish. So what happens? Well, we know shortly before the shooting, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Now, by the way, Relli says, hey, listen, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. And when you look at it, it looks like they're going to have a disagreement. But this is really important. Relli can kick the defendant's ass all day, okay? That's clear. But if Relli does that, he loses his life. He doesn't have any interest in doing that. He knows it, the defendant knows it, everybody knows it. Even those lying witnesses, Twelby and Lou, eventually had to concede that the defendant has a lot of power in the industry. The industry where Relli works, the industry that he is dependent upon for his livelihood. So he's got not only no motivation for getting into a fight with the defendant, he can't do it. He's got to sit back and take whatever he's going to take. Because he's power. That's who he is. He's got power. There's Rocky and there's Relli. Rocky knows it and Relli knows it. That's just the facts of life. So what happens? We have this incident. Now, thank God we have video in this case. Okay? Because without video, we'd all be in trouble. This video is very clear. And when Relli is walking, there's a couple things you want to consider. I'm going to get to this again. The idea that the defendant is bringing a gun to this meeting makes no sense at all. He's got two guys with him. He's not afraid of Relli. Relli's not looking for a fight. And you're going to see that the first action is the defendant grabbing Relli. That's what you're going to see as they're walking up. And I have this is slowed down so you can see. So what you saw, the defendant grabs his arm. Now the defendant is pushing him forward. Relli is holding him back. Now this is really important. Would you stop it for a minute, please? Do you mind stopping it for a minute? So this is really important. Some stuff in the trial is almost funny. I would ask Twelby, so what was the weather like that night? Man, it was cold. And Relli, he's huge. He's got muscles all over his body. They made Relli out to be the Hulk. They made that happen because that's the narrative they wanted to create. But the problem with it is if you watch, Relli clearly is stronger than Rocky is. He's stronger than Ills is. Yet he's letting Rocky push him back. If he had wanted to, he had his hand available to punch Rocky. He didn't do it. Probably not because he didn't want to. Because he's a grown man who understands that if he does that, it's over. He's got no career. He's done. What he doesn't understand is that in the next moment, Rocky's going to take out a gun and Relli is going to realize, oh my God, it's over anyway. Please play it. So you want to stop it. Stop. I don't know if you remember, but when I had 12 on cross-examination, and he is saying that he's trying to pull the Relli off of Rocky. And I think this same image, and I'm asking him, well, wait a minute. How are you trying to pull Relli off of Rocky when you're in the middle? You're trying to keep Rocky off of Relli. No, I'm not in the middle. Of course he's in the middle. Keep playing it. And now watch the gun. Stop. It is true, we do not see the gun come out. But we know from before that the gun was not in Rocky's hand because we saw his hand before. Now, if you remember, what was 12's version of how the gun came out? I mean, guys, I'm not making this up. He said that Relli lifts Rocky off the ground. His pants fall down, and Relli reaches back to pull his pants up and happens to end up with the gun and what looks like his finger on the trigger. That is more absurd than, again, the tornado example with Boomer. It's absurd. It insults your intelligence. And the only value that it has is if you are going to try to find a way to let this man get away with what he's done. And this goes back to what your duty is. You're here to call balls and strikes. What happens to Rocky is not your responsibility. Not whatsoever. Your responsibility is determining what happened. It's almost like what an umpire does, okay? When an umpire calls a strike or calls a ball, he doesn't own what happens in the game. The players decide the game. He's just making the calls according to the rules. Do not be fooled into the idea that, quote, Rocky's life is in your hands. Rocky's life is not in your hands. The determination of what Rocky did is. And what happens from there, that's on him, and that's up to the judge. So what happens? So he's got the gun out. Continue to play, please. Stop. So if he was trying to put the gun back, why is the gun now from behind him to in front of him? So they're going to say, well, you don't see what he does with the gun. Well, if his gun fell out accidentally, why doesn't he put it back? Well, it's because it didn't fall out accidentally. He pulled it out, and now he's going to assault Relli with it. And the fact that you don't see the assault because of the cameras, ask yourselves, logically, he took the gun out. He switched hands. The gun is now in front of him. What's he doing with the gun? He's doing exactly what Relli said he was doing with it. And by the way, nobody said that the defendant tried to murder Relli, intended to murder Relli. You're not charged with that. So the gun comes out. Continue to play. Stop. Okay, now, if you notice, he's about to put the gun back. And you're going to see the people crossing because, keep playing. So the gun went back because you see the people that are on top? They are walking from the direction where Rocky just was. Now, why Rocky put that gun away, we're never going to know. I can't prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt why he put the gun away. No one can. I can tell you that the evidence suggests, clearly, it's undisputed, there's a couple of people walking right by. It's in the middle of Hollywood, and Rock's a pretty famous person, and if he was planning on shooting the gun at that point in time, that would really seem to be an ill-advised place to do it. But you have to ask yourself, do you think it's a coincidence that when Rocky ends up actually shooting the gun, that the gun is shot in a place where Rocky reasonably doesn't believe anybody's watching him. He doesn't know about the cameras. He knows there's a crowd of people here. Can you play, please? So this is how the first incident ends. Okay? This is how it ends. So, when we're looking at this, that's count one. That's the assault with a firearm. That's the personal use of the firearm. We don't have to prove any more than what you've just seen. Now, we do have to prove that it's a real gun. And here's what's interesting. Why are we unable to determine definitively? We certainly have strong evidence that it's a real gun based on what happens to the next scene. But who is in control of that gun? And let's think about what the argument is. They're saying that's a prop gun. Where's the prop gun? How are we supposed to prove that it's not a prop gun when they've got the gun and they got rid of it? It's impossible. There's no way for us to do anything more than what we've done. So what happens at the next scene? Part two of this. Now this is going to be important because what you're going to see here is you're going to see that the incident starts before Relli ever grabs Ills. By the way, Ills is the guy he likes. He doesn't like 12-8. So you want to just ask yourself for a second. He never tells anybody, hey, Ills had a gun, Ills had a knife. Here's why I assaulted Ills. He's not assaulting Ills. He's not punching him. He's not doing anything to Ills. He's using Ills as a shield, just like he's going to say. But let's look up to the top left corner what's going to happen. Oh, did I lose it? Okay. So here we go. Back it up again. Start this one over. So when you're watching this, what you're going to see is not as the defense described, that Relli grabs Ills and then Rocky defends him. What you're going to see is Rocky is going to reach behind and then he's going to advance towards Relli. That is clearly when Relli sees the firearm, and that's when he ends up grabbing Ills. So the idea that, well, the gunshot doesn't happen until after he grabs Ills. It doesn't matter. Relli's responding to the fact that Rocky's pulled a gun on him for the second time. And by the way, this is a lot scarier than the first time. Because now they're by themselves, and clearly Relli is concerned he's about to get shot. Now, I'm going to get to it, I'm going to address it, but this doesn't even begin to cover the idea that their defense is not just this was a prop gun, which is absurd. It's an absurd defense. Their defense is it's a prop gun, and Relli knew it was a prop gun. And even though Relli knew it was a prop gun, Rocky pulled it on him to scare him, even though, by their own admission, he knows it's fake. And you can see Relli running around, and you can see what 12 does, and you can see what Rocky does, and no one is acting like it's a prop gun because it isn't. So let's watch it. Boom, guns out. By the way, at one point in time, one of the witnesses, I think it was 12, he said that the defendant fired a warning shot. You don't fire a warning shot with a prop gun, it doesn't fire anything. Also, you can see that on that shot, the defendant has the gun out, facing forward, appearing to target Relli. And by the way, he moves into a better position in between the shots. And the only reasonable conclusion you can reach from that is that he is trying to get a line of fire onto Relli. Relli didn't suffer the minor injury because the defendant didn't try to shoot him. He suffered the minor injury because he used ills as a shield, and for whatever reason, the defendant didn't hit him. At least didn't hit him other than in his hand. But the idea that you need to look at the gunshot and the fact that Relli is already grabbing ills as a shield, that's just misleading. It just doesn't work. I'm going to play this now in half speed. Well, this is going to be the same. And the idea, by the way, that ills, that 12E is running away because Relli is trying to attack him is absurd. If you knew nothing, all you saw was this video and somebody told you, hey, listen, that's a fake gun, and everybody knows it's a fake gun, you would go, well, wait a minute. If it's a fake gun, why is everybody running around? Why is Relli grabbing ills as a shield? Why is 12E running away? By the way, how does this incident end? This incident ends not because the defendant voluntarily says it's over. 12E literally is blocking him and pushing him away. The defendant is fired up. He's angry. We don't know what was going to happen next, but it's not as if the defendant decided on his own, you know what, I'm done. 12E pushes him away. So this is the close-up. And again, this is a little bit harder. This is going to be played at half speed. I got it. It's going to be played at half speed. Again, we already know that we've got... By the way, the only thing that Mr. Tacopina did not accuse Relli of was planting the nail on the seat. And I was waiting for it. I was waiting for him to say, Relli planted the nail. He was trying to get me. So, we know who we have. Defendant, 12E, and we've got, which is hard to see, we've got Relli and ills. So what happens? You watch for yourself. You're going to see Relli reach and then move. When Relli reaches and moves, when the defendant reaches and moves, that's when the gun is out. Whoops. Sorry. Okay. So here we go. Boom. You see him reach, guns out. 12E moves. Relli is running, trying to get behind ills. He's not beating ills. And what is Rocky doing? He's running around, trying to get a shot, and he's going to fire. And when he fires a second time, the gun is outstretched, aiming at Relli. And now look, there's 12E grabbing him and making the defendant go away. That's how this thing ends. Again, and I understand it. You guys don't want to believe that this man who has everything, is going to give it all up for this. I get it. But that's a decision he made. I didn't make it for him. You didn't make it for him. The judge didn't. Mr. Tacopina didn't. He made that decision on November 6th. And what's crazy is that apparently Relli would have been more than willing to take the money and not cooperate with anybody. And by the way, why is that? Do you think that if you are in the hip-hop rap community, that going to the police and filing a case against ASAP Rocky is going to help your career? It's done. When Rocky was saying, and you heard it before, hey, I'd be on the beach, he would have been on the beach. So not only did the defendant commit this violent crime, but in the end, his attitude was, no, I'm not giving you anything. Now, that's arrogant, but it's what happened. And I want to make sure that no matter how successful he is, how famous his wife is, how cute his kids are, how much they giggle here during closing arguments, that you guys are not going to say, you know what? We're going to give him a little extra. He needs to be treated like you would treat any other person. Because in the end, that's all that he is entitled to. He doesn't get to be the big celebrity in a jury trial. He's a defendant like anyone else. Okay, so what happens after the shooting? Immediately, Relli understands what's going on. So we had, and this was very interesting, we had the officers called, and the whole idea is we know that this incident never happened, meaning it was only a fake gun because they didn't find the casings. But what became very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is the defense did not realize until we called our witness, started questioning Lou Levin. They did not realize, it turns out that the prop gun, which was apparently a 9mm prop gun using 9mm ammunition, prop ammunition, is going to have the same brass, maybe lighter, but it's going to eject the casing the same way a real 9mm does, because as Lou Levin told you, and I think as Twelby told you, who knows less about guns, the point of those prop guns is they're supposed to look realistic. And if they don't eject the casing, they're not realistic. And any of you who've ever seen a firearm, any semi-automatic firearm, understands that in order for a second shot to be fired, unless you're going to manually take a round out and put it in, which you don't do in a semi-automatic, it's got a chamber and cycle around. That's what it does. They didn't realize that. So what happened is they spent a bunch of time talking about the incredible investigation that the LAPD officer did on the scene. I asked you during voir dire, are you going to be able, in this case, are you going to be able, if you don't have every question answered, to come to a verdict if the evidence demonstrates to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the case has been proven? Each one of you said, no, you know what, I don't need every question answered. Let me tell you a question we can't answer. I cannot tell you why LAPD did not find the casings that night. Don't know. They certainly looked. But here's what we know. They didn't find any casings. Meaning, if the defendant's position is correct, if the defense position was the prop gun is correct, there should have been casings there for the prop gun. They weren't. And what we know is, Relli went back and he found them. And I'm going to go through and explain to you why that's credible evidence. So what happens? He goes back, he texts, and he says, hey, you tried to kill me. Okay? What are you talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you? That's what the defendant says. By the way, the defendant's position now, their defense is that he shot at him, it was just a prop gun. So the question isn't that the defendant is lying here. He clearly is lying. He's just saying, oh no, it's a prop gun. So, Relli says, you tried to set me up and take me from my daughter. He is saying, you tried to kill me. That night, in that text, Relli doesn't know we're going to trial. And what's the defendant's response? Not, hey, that was a prop gun. It's stop making shit up. So, this is what they say is the big evidence in this case. Yes, Relli decided that rather than cooperating with the police, he was going to try to get a bunch of money. Is that the honorable thing to do? Is that the good civic-minded thing to do? Of course not. Because the defendant firing his gun in the middle of Hollywood jeopardized everybody. It's not just a crime against Relli, it's a crime against us all. But Relli didn't care about that. And by the way, eventually, when there's a civil trial, I'm sure that the civil lawyers will be arguing that Relli doesn't deserve anything. Luckily, that's not my job. We don't represent Relli. We represent the people of the state of California, and we're here because the defendant committed a violent crime. We're not here asking for money for him. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell you what he deserves. I have no idea. So, what's important here is he's explaining in this text that he wants to get the money, but he's explaining why. He shot at me. Relli never, ever, ever has been inconsistent in the fact that the defendant shot him, that he got hit. Never. Sure, was he not upfront about owning property in Miami? Some of the questions, how did you make money in 2021? Is this a picture of your girlfriend? Imagine if you are sitting here on a case that is being live streamed. You got the camera here. You've already been threatened. Your family's been threatened. Your daughter's been threatened. Your girlfriend's been threatened. And now someone is going to ask the defense attorney, what's your girlfriend's name? Let me show you a picture of her for the world to see. What do you expect Relli to do? Okay, now we're going to get to the most important statement that Relli gives in this case. And let me tell you why it's so important. And again, some of you might be asking yourselves, why did the defense bring in this evidence? And let's be clear. When the defense says, well, we only brought Wally out here to testify to one thing, that's true. They easily could have played the call. There's no magic form where we got to play and they don't. They're arguing that Relli is inconsistent.
The objection could not play that whole role.
I couldn't hear you. What was it around?
The entire call.
We played
By the defense.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. The defense could have played the entire call. They didn't.
That was the objection.
Wait, objection sustained. Go on to something else.
So we decided that we were going to play the entire call. And you can listen to this call. And let me tell you what's so important about the call. Relli does not have any idea that he is being recorded. He's not talking to cops. He's not talking to a prosecutor. He's talking to someone who he thinks is his friend. Now, that person isn't actually his friend. That person is an agent of Rocky. How do we know he's an agent of Rocky? Well, we know it for a couple of reasons. One, and again, this is how just lack of credibility filled Wally's testimony. Wally says that basically he just happened to record him. And when I'm asking, wait, why are you recording him? Well, he had like 10 missed calls from me. Wait a minute, so your friend, you have 10 missed calls, you decide I'm going to record his call. He recorded him because he was trying to get information to help Rocky. And you know that because what does he admit that he did right afterwards? He calls Rocky and tells him what he said. But here's what's incredible. When you listen, I'm going to play it. Wally's testimony was he knew nothing about this incident before this phone call. Yet, you're going to hear him say, I'm not here to pick sides. So that's a straight lie. Of course he knew about it. He's Rocky's good friend. It's already been in the media. It's been blown up in hip-hop websites. Of course he knows about it. And when you listen, what is so crucial about this statement is this is Relli live, not in a courtroom, not to a police officer, to a friend where he's got no motive to make up anything, where he's explaining what happened. And he is literally incredulous. When you listen to this, what's going on is Wally is trying to get him to try to settle this thing for money. That's what's going on when you listen. And Relli's like, hey, I tried to settle it for money. He didn't want to do it. But in terms of the facts of what happened, he is crystal clear and consistent about everything that matters. So listen.
Yo, bro. Yo. Shit, Rose, my bad. I'm with my girl and shit in bed, so you know. Oh, yeah. What you doing? What happened, Rose? You know I'm not trying to pick sides. I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, you feel me?
Oh, it ain't no picking sides. That nigga 100% crazy and wrong.
Yeah.
100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Raggy been on his high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He forced my hand. You feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him ills. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is. But you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times? Got ills and 12 you with him. Text messages saying link up, where you at? And all of this is because of I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh's mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? And told him taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me?
Yeah.
He's a bitch, so he goes in and hit Bari because Bari an influencer. A whole week later, doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits her. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real Money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning, tell Real Money. I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Whoopty-woo. You feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he was like a bitch because Bari had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell Real Money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom. Shit gets related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me, I finally answer because I'm sleeping. I answered, he's like, where you at? With a slip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? And you know, Hollywood Boulevard, they all look the same. You're like, no, you're not, nigga. That's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay? All of it look the same. I showed him outside. What he does, be there in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. He calls me. Those calls me. I got all these text messages, bro. You niggas is dumb. You and a couple only people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really, and bro,
that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why boys though? You feel me? Why take it to you know the guys? You feel me?
Who, me?
Yeah, think on how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me that day. Plus, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on his block and go shoot him up? Or do I cripple him? Because he's a multi-millionaire, bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking him on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying?
So what you looking for? You think
you're a black nigga? I'm teaching niggas everything how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do we have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greed. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, How you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, dogs. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on something like this, that, and the third, or some pokey shit. Nigga, I would have had to got a lawyer the same day, because he waved at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use ills as a shield, or I'd be dead.
I feel niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? You not trying to end squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what, you know? Like,
bro, it's too late. He told me to suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I ended up John the same day. Bro, that's all on him. He had nothing but time, bro. Went ahead and got the best lawyer in LA and went about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the picture of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. So what I'm supposed to do? Accept the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times, but I almost died, or sue this man. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's what he gotta read. You feel me?
there ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
bro, he's a grown, he's 33 years old. He got other things talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
with legal shit involved now, boys, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't even want to go about that way. I went ahead and got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the feud, because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official.
Yeah, so what's the next, bro?
And Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation of character.
Because everybody look bad, bro. You know, I'm just trying to.
He was bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call you. I didn't have a gun. He left his Hollywood house. Right? Everybody saying everybody looks bad. Everybody points the finger, because if I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people.
Niggas grew up together, bro. Niggas grew up together, bro.
That's niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I paid my way around him every single time. That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12-year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole game. You get what I'm saying? The nigga acts as Barbie. As he comes to the complex con, nigga, Barbie laughs at him. Like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 and ills on a jet or some whole shit.
Because y'all niggas grew up together, man. Like, you feel me? Like,
I made that nigga. Fuck growing up. I made that nigga. Not no 12, not no jams. He ain't no jams. Jams popped up at my crib on purple swag. I made that nigga. That's why he feel like that, bro. I've been powerful. I've been that. Jabari never did, bro. I put every last one.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit with, you know, 5 months.
And he ended it when he shot at me. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times? You gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me stop ducking him. He planned it. That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He told me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. And me and Ilse is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He didn't give me no seconds. Bro, shit happened like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You stupid. He did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Bari's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
That's what I like what's your, I guess what's the end game here, bro? Like, you feel
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me.
So it's really to get hit, bro, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that. You feel me? Now, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
I mean, like, watch that shit in the streets type shit last man.
Ain't no street, nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel, bro.
You know who my family is? This ain't no street nigga. They ain't got
nephew, bro, say, you know, it's always love every time, nigga, and y'all fuck with
Yeah, but I'm trying to let people know,
Nah,
and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, oh, he ain't no gangster, oh, bro, doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas
They
play?
got 3 or 4 bodyguards with him 24/7.
So like, what's next though, bro? Like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like why not just
Oh,
watch
he's
this shit?
finished. He's finished.
Why
He
not
got to
just-
deal. He got to.
Why not just ask for the bag or you know?
I tried already, bro. You don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you ever look like, I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not a dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
All right, folks, this time take 10 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 2:45.
On the record. In your argument, Mr. Lewin, you made reference to Rihanna being in the courtroom and the kids being in the courtroom. The manner in which you did it, I don't think was improper. However, for the balance of your argument, from here on out, there is to be no mention of Rihanna being in the courtroom or the kids being in the courtroom.
Just them not being in the courtroom, but I can mention, here's the problem, Your Honor. The defense got up at the end of the court, and they talked about the impact of this case on Rihanna.
I said in the courtroom.
Oh, just don't mention it in the
Do
courtroom.
not mention again Rihanna being in the courtroom or the babies being in the courtroom. There should be no mention of that again.
Right, I'm just trying to understand, but I can mention the issue, just not talking about being in the courtroom.
Mr. Tacopina went into that.
Okay.
You're entitled to.
I was
No mention
I
of
was
them
trying
being
to
in the courtroom.
report. I just wanted to understand what we were
Yes,
asking.
there should be no mention.
We'll do
All
it.
right, let's bring in the jury.
Yeah. Try to be very, very careful about that.
I asked you that, Doc. Yes or no?
Do.
What time did you go to? Tell me. Oh, we won't go beyond 4:30. We will not go beyond. You don't have to take that long. All right, our jurors have returned to the back of the record. All parties are present, counsel is present. Mr. Lewin.
So that was the key evidence in this case regarding Relli. Could not have been more plain in what he said. Could not have been more credible regarding the issues that matter. And what are the issues that matter? The defendant shot him. The defendant brought a gun, a real gun, to the scene. What's interesting is that it's very clear, and you heard the testimony from Wally. Wally said he was, quote, mediating, which, please. At one point in time, what you heard him say, he changed the word, which my agent's gave me. Also, I'll think of it in a second. This is what happens when you get on the north. Mitigating, thank you. Later on, he said no, he was trying to mitigate. Sometimes that's called a gaffe. A gaffe is something that you don't mean to say, but which turns out to be true. He was trying to mitigate for Rocky. And how do you know? Because he called Rocky immediately afterward. And then he's saying, I don't remember what Rocky said. I couldn't tell you. Why is he calling him? Why is he taping this? And why during this call, repeatedly, he is telling Relli, ask for a bag, meaning ask for money. Relli's telling him, I asked for money. He doesn't want to give it to me. Wally continually says, hey, basically, why are you taking it to the guys? Why take it to the boys? Meaning, why'd you bring the cops into it? He is doing the bidding for the defendant. And what's amazing, and again, it's not right, but the defendant, according to Relli, could have eliminated this whole situation by simply taking care of it with Relli. It wouldn't have been right. It wouldn't have changed what he did. But Relli apparently would have been on an island where we couldn't have found him. He didn't want to do it. His choice, his option, his consequences. Now, the defense said that we believe, this is a quote, that that tape is, quote, death to our case. I don't know what he means by death. That is not death to our case. That tape was the key to Relli's credibility if you believe it is important. In other words, that tape backs up every material point that Relli has made. Okay, believability of witnesses. In determining the believability of a witness, this is Calprin 226, you may consider anything that has a tendency to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the witness. Again, I'll be very clear. Twelvey and ASAP Lou came in there, and they repeatedly lied just about almost everything. I'm not going to go through all the inconsistencies. Twelvey didn't want to concede that he's reliant on the defendant. Didn't want to admit that he's talked to the defendant. If you believed Twelvey and Lou, they've had almost no conversations about what happened in this case since the start. And if you believe Wally, even though Wally is, quote, mediating the situation, he's never talked to Rocky about it. He's never talked to Twelvey about it. How do you mediate a situation when you're only talking to one party? It's just not true. They lied. The difference between Relli and the defense witnesses is Relli was hostile. Relli was angry. Relli threw things. Listen, that wasn't appropriate conduct. You saw the judge. The judge was very frustrated with him. Everybody was frustrated with him. Listen, Mr. Proslemik, that was his witness. That's no easy task for him. But in the end, his credibility about what counts in this case was absolutely proven, and it was proven through their own witness. The evidence in this case, remember, we didn't have that tape. That tape came from Wally. We heard that tape only slightly before you did. Wally comes in and testifies, they play a snippet, and we play the rest. So when you're looking at the factors, you're looking at what witnesses are to be believed. They called 3 witnesses. All 3 of them perjured themselves. All 3 of them lied. All 3 of them came in to protect the defendant. And although they were calmer and more respectful, they perjured themselves in material areas. Relli, on the other hand, was truthful about everything that counted. So the defense focused on the fact that basically you can reject the testimony of Relli if you find that he lied about anything. However, Calprin 226 tells you do not automatically reject testimony just because of inconsistencies or conflicts. Consider whether the differences are important or not. So listen, is it true that Relli, at points in time, was untruthful during his testimony? Absolutely. When he's saying, I don't know my girlfriend's name, of course he knows his girlfriend's name. When he's saying he doesn't know about a place in Miami that he purchased, of course he knows. But those differences, those inconsistencies, those conflicts, they're not only not important, they are completely irrelevant. In talking about ASAP Lou for a second, I'm going to come back to that. Okay, let's talk about the injuries to Relli's hand. Now, the defense said, hey, prosecution, you did not call a witness to come in here and say that that is a wound from a gun. How is somebody going to be able to come look at an injury and tell you where it came from? Now, here's what you have to ask yourself. If there was something about that injury that was inconsistent, where it could not have come from a firearm.
Is this an exhibit?
It's not evidence.
I believe this is the correct exhibit. Is this a...
It's the incorrect.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a minute. Let me back it up. That's my fault. I have the wrong picture. Excuse me. the same. Let me change it. Thank you. Okay, this is the correct exhibit. So we're still talking about the injury to the hands. And you know, without question, that if there was an expert who could come in here and testify, you know what? Those injuries could not have come from a graze wound. They would have called that witness. And again, how do you know? Look at the team that's standing over there. Look at the fact that they called in Wally. The purpose of calling Wally, bring him out from France for thousands of dollars, obviously, was to simply impeach Relli with the fact that it was his voice. So if there was a medical professional who could come in here and tell you, well, that didn't come from a gunshot, you would have heard from them. And the failure to call a logical witness is something you can consider, and you should consider. And when the defense says, wait a minute, the people didn't call somebody in to testify, well, you have to ask yourselves, if we call someone in to testify, what are we going to be able to get from them? Do you think common sense, you don't have to be an expert, who can look at an injury like this and say, yeah, that came from a bullet? You can't. You can look at it and go, okay, could it be a graze wound? Sure. So if the defense had an expert that was going to say what they wanted, you would have heard from them. Okay, let's talk about Ills for a second. This was, again, the defense went all in on a couple of things. One of the things they went all in was that if there were casings at the scene, LAPD would have found them. Well, they didn't realize that the prop gun put out casings as well, and therefore the question isn't that LAPD missed the 9mm casings in this case. The issue is that without question, whether it was the 9mm or the prop gun, it would have left casings, and LAPD missed it. Why? We'll never know. Why did Relli find it? Well, he had the advantage of knowing exactly where it was. Same thing with Ills. Again, the plan was clearly from these witnesses, and particularly from 12E, we're going to build up the fact that Relli gave Ills a beatdown. This had to do with his strength, how strong he is. He's punching him in the fist. Remember the judge? I still think there's a difference between a closed fist and a regular fist. But the judge, if you remember, when I mentioned closed fist, the judge said, well, a fist is a fist. It doesn't really matter. Their testimony was, and even today, you've got the defense saying how Relli is landing haymakers on Ills. They said that he was bleeding. Okay? Relli's a big guy. He's very strong. They said he was punched in the face at least 3 times. Well, I guess they didn't realize we were going to have a video the next day, less than 24 hours later. And this is from the video. Look at his face. No injuries. No injuries. Nothing. 0. Still photo from the video. Nothing. That is not the face of somebody that was punched in the face repeatedly, given a beating by a large, strong man less than 24 hours before. Someone who they said was bleeding from an injury to the lip when we see nothing. And by the way, where is Ills? Ills is his friend, Rocky's friend. If you think for a moment that Ills would have had something helpful to say in this case, they would have called him. And when they said, wait a minute, the people needed to call him, why on earth would it make sense for the people to call one of the 3 individuals who was clearly involved in ambushing Relli in the first place, and who is reliant on the defendant for his career. If Ills had anything helpful, they would have called him.
The objection to verdict.
Overruled. So, I brought this up in voir dire, and this is really important, an idea that I wanted to make sure you guys understand. We mentioned that we might have to be a little bit aggressive on cross-examination. And I wanted to make sure, and I asked you all in advance, hey, listen, if we have to be aggressive in cross-examination with witnesses, are you going to hold that against us? You all said that you wouldn't. Now, whether you all found Mr. Przlenek to be too aggressive, too loud, too mean, I can't control this man. I could try, but it's impossible. And again, I make that joke because obviously, I'm an intense guy. This is a serious situation we're in. And Mr. Kakapina got up here, he explained to you what it's like to be a defense attorney, what it's like to have what he said is an innocent client. Let me tell you something. I want you to imagine right now that someone you cared about was a victim. What kind of prosecutor would you want? Would you want somebody who takes what they're doing seriously, who is aggressive, who does their job, and who goes after witnesses who need going after? So, I'm not asking you guys to like me. It'd be nice if you did. That's not what this case is about. It's not about me, my personality. It's not about Mr. Kakapina's personality. It's about what the evidence in the case is. And there's a great quote. Professor John Henry Whitmore, Northwestern Law School dean, he also wrote a series of books, legal books. He was a scholar. And what he said was, cross-examination is beyond any doubt the greatest legal engine ever invented for the discovery of truth. The defense put up 3 witnesses who lied about basically every material fact they were asked about. Those lies were exposed through cross-examination. Was it gentle? It wasn't. But that's what it took. And I want to apologize for it. I said before, I can't expect you all to do your job if I don't do mine. All right, let's talk about what the elements are of assault with a semiautomatic firearm, 245B. 1, you don't need to actually touch someone with it. So the fact that did the defendant touch Relli with the gun on the first incident, it doesn't matter. By the way, he pulls the gun out. If any of you are buying the idea, as 12 said, that it fell out when his pants were being pulled up, then I'm up here wasting my breath. I would add that you're all intelligent people, and if anybody is even remotely considering that, I would ask you to ask yourselves and to ask them, is that what you think, or are you trying to find a way to not convict this man because of who he is? The issue of treating everybody equally, it's paramount to our criminal justice system. So, again, back to the elements, you don't need to actually touch someone. The evidence is that he did. You do not need to intend to use the force, meaning you don't have to pull that gun, meaning that you're planning on shooting. You don't actually need to injure someone. You don't need to fire the gun. You don't even need to point the gun at the victim. This is in the instruction. And that also goes for the personal use of the firearm. Now, the one thing is, it has to be a firearm. And again, I'm going to go back to this because it's so important. The defense is it was a prop gun. That's the issue in this case. They say it's a prop gun. They say all the evidence shows it's a prop gun. We say it's firearm. Once you decide that it is a firearm, that means that their entire defense has fallen apart. And now what Mr. Tacopina apparently wants you to do is say, well, even if the witnesses we put on lied, even if it was a real gun, here's why it was self-defense. There's an old story about it's a civil case, civil lawyer, and he has a dog bite case, and he is defending his client with the dog, and they're being sued. The client is being sued because his dog has allegedly bitten somebody. He gets up and closes an argument, and he says as follows: "Hey, listen, my client's dog, there's no way he could have done any kind of damage to the plaintiff because he was on a leash. He was in the yard, could not have gotten to where he says he got. But if you find that he was loose, the dog's old, and he couldn't have done any damage with those old teeth of his. But okay, if you find that he was off leash and he had some big teeth, well, my final defense is my client doesn't own a dog." That's what we have here. It's no different. It's a prop gun. Absolutely a prop gun. Evidence doesn't show it's a prop gun, but it's a prop gun. But if you find it's not a prop gun, here's why Rocky fired a real gun in self-defense. It is almost insulting because it is so inconsistent. So when a defendant equips and positions himself to carry out a battery, he has the present ability required, even if some steps remain to be taken. This is basically saying once he's taken that gun out and he's committed the assault, when that gun comes out, at that point in time, the assault's done. So this is the 3470, the right to self-defense. And this is really important because remember, it only applies if it is a real gun and not a prop gun. But it's a little more than that, because what it basically says is you have to show that they are acting in lawful self-defense or of defense of another. The defense position in this case is that the defendant was acting to protect Relli and Gills. But it's more than that, okay? So basically they're saying that the defendant believed that he, Gills, and Twelby were in imminent danger, okay, of suffering bodily injury. And by the way, and you all know this, if someone is in danger of being touched unlawfully, you can't shoot them, okay? You don't have to actually go through jury instructions to figure that out, okay? If I go and I slap one of you guys, you can't shoot me. And why is that? Because he's got to believe that the immediate use of force was necessary to defend against the danger and that it was no more force than was reasonably necessary to defend against the danger. So, what does all this mean? Well, they're basically claiming that the defendant used a prop gun, which means self-defense doesn't apply. So, as soon as you find that out, you're done. But they're also arguing, hey, if you find, well, that it was a gun, even though that's not our argument. And Mr. Tacopina wouldn't come out and say it. But that's what the law is. If you don't believe me, you can ask the judge. Self-defense only applies in this case if it's a real gun. And the problem is, it also only applies if the force used was no more than reasonably necessary to defend against that danger. And now let's look at what that alleged danger is. There is no beating up of Gills, okay? There was no beating up of Gills. It's a lie. It's not true. You see the video. But even if somehow you wanted to argue it, and you know it's a lie, because you can see that the gun, you can't see what the item is. So let's be clear. You can see Rocky pulling something out You can't tell what it is, but you can then see that what he takes, he ends up putting out in front of him and aiming and shooting. That is what prompts Relli to grab Ills. They say, well, he had to use, I guess, and Mr. Tech can never argue this. He can't because it's inconsistent with his theory. But the theory would have to be that Rocky ended up firing the gun at at Relli, because Ills was in imminent danger. What imminent danger? He's got no injury. It's made up. The defense is created. Didn't happen. Very important. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. So even if you somehow believe that Relli was going to cause future harm, it doesn't work. He has to have believed at the time that there was imminent danger of bodily injury. Imminent danger of bodily injury. Okay? That's what you need. It has to be reasonable, and he has to act because of that belief. You don't have it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the defense didn't really argue it, because they are riding the boat. Their position is the dog was off the leash. Sorry, the dog was on the leash. Not that the dog had no teeth, and not that the guy didn't own the dog. But in the end, that's what their argument requires. You have to believe inconsistent defenses. It just doesn't work. Now again, the slightest touching, we're not talking about the slightest touching. They're basically saying that in the first incident, they're trying to argue that Relli is the aggressor when the facts in the video don't show it. Even if he grabbed his arm, no one says he has a weapon. You cannot pull a gun on somebody who doesn't have a weapon, who's not physically hurting you. You can't threaten him with a firearm. I mean, I don't have to explain that to you all. You understand that. You can't do it. It doesn't work. So we have the burden of proving the AP beyond a reasonable doubt. However, again, it doesn't come into existence until you find that it was a real gun. And once you find it's a real gun, it means their entire defense was fabricated. It wasn't true. Automatically. There was no way that it could be a real gun and the defense was not fabricated. Those are impossible. Those are mutually inconsistent possibilities. And when I say possibilities, meaning alternatives. So, a person who starts a fight has a right to self-defense. Relli did not start this fight. The defendant started this fight. And he has to actually, in good faith, he's got to try to stop fighting, which he doesn't. He's the aggressor. Both incidents. And in no way is element 2 satisfied either. So you can play games debating how a self-defense claim that the defense is not even relying on doesn't apply to the case. But you know that. Their defense is, no question, it's prop gun. A person also cannot claim self-defense if they are the one that provokes a fight or quarrel with the intent to create an excuse to use force. And that's what happened here. Relli didn't even use any force. Basically, the defendant assaults him with a firearm because he's mad at him. Shoots at him again because either Relli said something or he's still angry. So, in the end, the statements, Terell gave a lot of statements in this case. And about all the issues that matter, he was consistent. Now, they want to say, but wait a minute. He originally said it was 3 to 4 shots. And imagine for a second. Remember, he doesn't know in advance the defendant is going to shoot. So his memory, and you can all, it's not hard to imagine, you're in a situation where you believe you're fighting for your life. How do you know that Relli was fighting for his life? He's telling Wally he was fighting for his life. He's saying, defendant tried to take him from his daughter. He believes at the time the defendant has fired 3 or 4 shots. And when he talks to Wally, he says 5 shots. That doesn't matter. That's not a question of credibility, and here's why. If Relli were making this up, and remember what they're saying. They're also saying that Relli had to have planted the 9mm casings. Okay? And let's talk about that for a second, because it's important. They are saying, hey, listen, Relli was out here 2 weeks before this shooting, and we don't know that he went back home. So apparently, Relli planned this out in advance. He got 9mm casings from when he went target shooting, knowing that 2 weeks later the defendant would be upset with him, would text him repeatedly, and would assault him with a 9mm firearm, and he would have casings ready to put at the scene. But just to make it extra difficult, he's going to tell the cops, you know what, I got shot 3 or 4, there were 3 or 4 gunshots, but he's only going to turn in 2 casings. So remember, if he's making up this whole thing, which of course he isn't, he is certainly going to produce the amount of casings at the scene that he is saying happened. That's an irrefutable concept. And that's not what occurs. And the idea that somehow Relli is Nostradamus and knows all these things are going to happen. And let's look at what had to have occurred. It's 10 p.m. on a Saturday night in Hollywood. Relli doesn't live here. We know from ASAP Lou, he can't go out and buy ammunition. He doesn't have a gun. So he certainly could not have, after this incident, bought a gun, fired the ammunition, and dumped it at the scene. So that means that he's carrying around 9mm casings just in case the defendant assaults him. It's absurd. Then they say, well, wait a minute. You know that it's made up because look at the magazine that's found at the defendant's house. And now we go back to A$AP Lou. Listen, A$AP Lou, Prosecutors, he really covered it pretty accurately. He's the Swiss Army knife of assistants, advisors, security stuff. You need a personal assistant, lose your guy. You need someone to give you advice on security, lose your guy. You need someone to come over to stay for a search warrant, lose your guy. You need someone to help you get a prop gun, lose your guy. You need someone to get rid of that prop gun after an incident where that prop gun will prove you to be innocent, lose your guy. Lou's version of what happened is nearly impossible. What is that version? And this is really important because remember, we didn't find out about it at the time. So here's what we know. The evidence in this case that you have, and I confronted the witnesses, is that 12 testified that what he told the defense, what was in the statement we were given, was that the defendant decided to carry a prop gun because he had been the victim of home invasions and violence. Let's just look at that for a moment. Nothing about any particular incidents. And then he gets on the stand and he starts testifying about all these incidents. But he says, oh, well, I told them. I told them about it. I think I told them. I guess I don't know. These alleged incidents of prior violence. And supposedly there's a security person. Just think about this for a moment. 12 testifies that the defendant and he were stabbed at a club with a knife. That there's been a crazy stalker inside the defendant's house. That he's been the victim of other violence. And we're to believe that a security consultant said, hey, you know what you should do? You should carry a fake gun. Because individuals who are going to, and by the way, a home invasion, defense counsel, wait a minute, it's different when you're at your home. That's what 12 said. Those were his words, home invasions and violence. Someone comes in your home. How is a prop gun going to help you? How is a prop gun going to help you against anybody? As soon as you pull a prop gun on somebody, they are going to believe that that prop gun is real. And if they have their own weapon, out of necessity, they're going to have to fire back. It's not just bad advice, it's complete insanity and it's made up. But the situation here is even worse. Because remember, they're saying that Relli knew it was a prop gun from the start. If he knows it's a prop gun, then what is the use in Rocky pulling it out in the first place? It would have no value. Relli said, of course I didn't know it was a prop gun. It wasn't a prop gun. It shot me. But the idea, you don't even need Relli's testimony. The idea, they're the ones saying, their defense is, Relli knew it was a prop gun. He stands up and says, put that fake-ass gun away. You look at him in the second incident. Is he acting like that's a fake-ass gun? Is anyone acting like it's a fake-ass gun? Is the defendant acting like it's a fake-ass gun? Of course not, because it wasn't fake. And now let's look at Lou. Lou says, well, so here's what happened. Originally, we hear nothing about the circumstances of I went over to the house and we were going to go shooting. We don't hear any of that. All that he says, now he said, I might have told the defense, I might not have, I don't remember. I didn't get into particulars. Are you kidding me? It's the entire case. But all of a sudden, he gets on the stand and he says, for the first time, well, here's what happened. I was going to teach the defendant, we were going to go shooting at a gun range. So I brought my Glock 380, which does not use 9mm ammunition, and I brought my Smith & Wesson 9mm, which cannot use a Glock 9mm Glock 43 magazine. It won't fit. They don't even look anywhere the same, and that is from Lou. Look completely different. He says, he gets over to the house, and that's when he realizes for the first time, oh my God, I bought the wrong magazine for my Glock. Now, does it make sense that he felt a need to go out and buy a magazine for his gun, and then did not find out for some period of time, he wouldn't say where he bought it, when he bought it, and it was not for the right gun, but he made another mistake that he clearly wasn't aware of. I confronted him with the fact, he said, well, so I realized that when I was over there, I tried to put the 9mm, or the 380 ammunition in, and it wouldn't fit. Okay. But why was it found loaded completely with 9mm ammunition? As soon as it didn't fit, he would stop. And after it's, well, I'm a fidgety dude. I'm a fidgety dude. So while I was drinking, I was fidgeting, just loading a gun, loading a magazine for a gun I don't have and the defendant doesn't have. They spent a lot of time telling you, well, wait a minute. That magazine is new, hasn't been used. I asked Lou, isn't it true, Lou, that when you buy a gun, a new gun, most of the time they come with two magazines? Well, I don't know. I usually only buy one. Well, it's interesting because he clearly went out and bought a second magazine for the 380. So not quite understanding what that means. But what is very clear, ladies and gentlemen, is here's what happened. Lou doesn't own a Glock 43. He's never had one registered. So he has no reason to have a magazine for a gun he doesn't own. The defendant doesn't have a Glock 43 magazine. He has no reason to have a Glock 43 magazine for a gun he doesn't own. However, there is evidence that suggests that the gun that was used in this crime was a Glock 43. It doesn't have to be, but it is consistent with the evidence. And what is clear is that the defendant got rid of the gun after the incident. Now, he says the gun he got rid of was a prop gun. That's not what the evidence shows. He got rid of that 9mm and the magazine that went with it. But he clearly forgot that in his closet was a second magazine for that gun. a magazine that clearly was not being used in that gun and very well might have been new because he was using the magazine that was in the gun when it was fired at Relli. So Lou's version is completely impeached, but it's even worse than that. So they apparently have this information. Twelvey and Lou have information about this prop gun that will completely prove that the defendant did not commit this crime. And when does it get turned over to prosecutors and police for the first time? January 20th, the day before this trial started. Now they say, oh no, but actually, we told them about it in August 16th or 17th of 2024. That's still almost 3 years after the incident occurred. Remember, ASAP Lou is at the house when the search warrant is served. He didn't even have to go to the police. All he has to do is say, hey, you know what? That magazine, that 9mm magazine, that's mine. By the way, it was a prop gun that he had. Nothing. You know why he didn't say it? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's why. Do you know why Twelvey didn't say anything? Because he hadn't made up the defense yet. That's what the evidence shows. And then what happened? Literally on February 9th, the morning that Lou is going to testify, we are given information. Oh, it turns out that Lou gave the gun to somebody in New York. And that's why they don't have the gun. Now remember, we're finding this out on what is basically the last day of the trial. We don't have the ability to get that person. But the defense, that's someone they've known about all along. Where is he to testify about this gun? They're saying we have to bring this person out here when there's no reason to believe that anything that person is going to say is true. But we're supposed to bring that person out here who we don't even know exists to prove that it's not a prop gun. That it's not a prop gun when that's their witness. Do you not think for a moment that if that witness could have withstood cross-examination, they would have brought him out here? Of course they would have. And how do you know that any of this is true? Because you're instructed on it. So the defense spent a long time attacking me, primarily me, attacking Relli. Where is the instruction about evidence that I ended up fabricating? It says if the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? That instruction is because the defendant, by his own, meaning the defense admission, through their witnesses, is that the defendant got rid of the prop gun, the piece of evidence that would demonstrate that he's innocent of these charges, that he got rid of that gun after the incident. The judge isn't going to give that instruction unless that instruction is something you can consider. Not going to do it. What does it say? If the defendant tried to hide evidence or discourage someone from testifying against him, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. If you conclude that the defendant made such an attempt, it is up to you to decide its meaning and importance. However, evidence of such an attempt cannot prove guilt by itself. So in other words, just because the defendant got rid of the gun, that's not enough to prove to you by itself that the defendant is guilty of these crimes. But when you put it with everything else, it is a huge piece of evidence. If someone other than the defendant tried to create false evidence, provide false testimony, or conceal or destroy evidence, that conduct may show the defendant was aware of his guilt. But only if the defendant was present and knew about that conduct, or if not present, authorized the other person's actions. Circumstantially, the evidence suggests that ASAP Lou and Twelvey and Wally are not doing this on their own. The evidence, the direct evidence from Wally is that he talked to the defendant immediately afterwards, their conversation. The idea that ASAP Lou and ASAP 12 were not having repeated conversations about this incident strains any even idea of reality. You all know that's not true. Of course they talked about it. Obviously, it's a huge incident that occurred. So that is an instruction you were given. It doesn't say anything about Relli. There's no instruction like that for Relli in this case. Flight. If the defendant fled immediately after the crime was committed, that conduct may show that he was aware of his guilt. What does that mean? After the incident, guys, the second incident, he takes off. If it is in fact, if it was simply a prop gun, why is he running? Why is 12 running? Why are they getting out of there? Why are they getting rid of the gun? I mean, I'm trying to argue to you guys, why is the sky blue? And I hope that when you're listening to it, I hope you're all understanding this is not a complicated, complex case. In the end, the evidence in this case, almost all of it, it's not circumstantial. So the video is direct evidence. It's direct evidence of what happened. The testimony of the witnesses is direct evidence. Relli's statement on the call is direct evidence. The testimony, as incredible and unreliable as it is, of Wally, of 12 and of ASAP Lou is direct evidence. This is not a circumstantial evidence case. About the only circumstantial evidence in this case that you have that matters is circumstantially we have to prove that the defendant pointed the gun at Relli in the first incident because we don't have it on video. But we've got his gun being pulled out, we have his gun in front of him, and we have Relli in that position. We have him fighting with Relli right before and fighting with him right after. So the only reasonable interpretation of that circumstantial evidence is what you're seeing. Defendant's failure to call logical witnesses. This is really important. I've mentioned this before. Every argument that the defense made, the defense, and again, I'm not blaming Mr. Tacopina. The witnesses got up here and lied. Mr. Tacopina gets a statement from the witnesses. The witnesses say what they're going to say. He calls them. Mr. Tacopina does not vouch for his witnesses, meaning, just as we don't, we call witnesses, and those witnesses testify, and you evaluate them. However, it is certainly legitimate that all these individuals that the defense is saying, why didn't the people call them? Those are witnesses that they are saying we have to introduce to disprove their fabricated defense, which we don't have the ability to do because they control that evidence and information. They've got the prop gun. We don't. They have these witnesses they don't tell us about. We don't. We have proven that this was not a prop gun in every way that we can. It defies common sense, it defies logic, and it defies all the other evidence that we've been given. Now listen, I'm not blaming the defense for what they've come up with. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. Okay? That's what they've tried to do. They have tried to take a case, and they got bad luck. Imagine, guys, for a second, if we didn't have those video cameras. Imagine what the defense would be. Well, you can't show anything happening. This is all made up. You got nothing. But we have the video. We have the gunshots. That's bad luck for the defendant. And again, that's the situation he made. That's his luck. Now, one of the things that's going to happen is you're going to go back there. And we talked a little bit about this before. let's assume that somebody, when you go back there, starts saying, what if, isn't it possible that, could this have happened? You are not allowed to speculate outside the evidence. That also goes for things like, well, gosh, what if Rocky gets prison on this case? I don't want to go to prison. If any one of you feel that yourselves, you need to let the court know, I can't serve as a juror on this case. That's okay. Some of you during voir dire at points said, I don't know about certain things. And if you remember, the judge told different jurors, hey, listen, if at any point in time you cannot live up to your oath, let the judge know. If one of the rest of you decide, I'll give you an example. Let's say someone goes back there and they say, you know what, I really dislike DDA Lou. I don't like him. I didn't like him when I saw him. He's obnoxious, etc. Whatever. If that is what you are basing your verdict on, it's improper. It's misconduct. If someone says, I'm never going to convict on a case because I don't like Lou. If it's you and you can't get past it, you need to report yourself to the court. If it's someone else, they need to do it. We don't know if misconduct happens unless you let the court know about it. So if people, yourself, others are not living up to their responsibilities, you need to let everybody know. That goes the same for the celebrity issue. Okay? The defendant should not be convicted because he's a celebrity. But he also should not be acquitted because he's a celebrity. He should not be acquitted because he's got a lovely family. He should not be acquitted because he's successful and wealthy. He should not be acquitted because he can go out there and entertain people and make millions of dollars. Those are factors I'm not just recommending, you're not allowed to consider those factors. All you're doing is you're going to weigh the evidence in this case and you're going to come to your decision. Reasonable doubt in this case. So, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you with an abiding conviction that the charge is true. The evidence need not eliminate all possible doubt because everything in life is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. What does that mean? Well, it simply means that you're going back and you're going to look and you're going to say to yourselves, okay, here's the case that people presented. The people have presented evidence that the defendant used a real gun. Have we proven that it was a real gun? Not just from our case, but from the evidence that the defense put on as well. They've argued this is a prop gun. And when anybody goes back there and says, well, wait a minute, I don't like Relli, I don't find Relli credible. The problem is, what do you need to find Relli credible about? The evidence is they're admitting it's him. They're admitting it's a gun. They're admitting he fired it. They're admitting that's him at both locations. The only thing that they are really disputing is they're disputing that Rocky ever put the gun up to him in the first incident, which, by the way, once he pulls it out and he's pointing it and you can see it, he doesn't have to point it at him, but once that gun comes out in that situation, you can read the elements of 245. They've met it. The second incident's easy. He actually fires the gun. So, where exactly is Relli's credibility? Where is it material? It isn't. They have put Relli on trial in this case because in the end, he is a very convenient target. Legally, it doesn't work. Commonsensically, it doesn't work. But that's what they've argued. You can come and should come to the conclusion in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, based on the video and based on the defense in this case. But if you need Relli's credibility, the best evidence you have comes from Wally, their witness, and that tape. That's the only thing you need to listen to. Any testimony in court, that's in court. Everyone knows why we're in court. That is the one piece of evidence coming from the defense where There's no argument that Relli knew he was being taped. There's no argument that he had any incentive to be untruthful. And you listen to him, and you know what he is saying is true. He is shocked. He is basically telling Wally, dude, I tried to get money from him. He don't want to give me any money. Why'd you bring the boys in? He won't give me any money. He tried to kill me. He tried to shoot me. No question. By the way, Wally never mentions it's a prop gun because the defense had not been thought of yet. We started off in this case very early on. We started off with the situation with Boomer. And Boomer is a very important illustration of the difference between what's reasonable and what's possible. And as you remember, we know what happened. We know that the evidence demonstrated that Boomer was the one that got into the trash. And the evidence has demonstrated in this case, beyond any reasonable doubt whatsoever, that the defendant, Rakim Mayers, that on November 6th, 2021, that he committed these crimes. I'm going to end with this. We've done our job in this case. We have. We've put on more than enough evidence through our case, through the cross-examination of witnesses. We've done our job. I'm going to ask you all to do yours, whether you want to convict the defendant or not, based on the evidence. That's what you're compelled to do. Because we can't have individuals, you can't have it, deciding that because they're angry, or they're upset, or they've been disrespected, that they're going to be allowed to go out and shoot at people on the street on a busy Saturday night. We cannot have it. As you go back there, and I'm going to say this again, the first thing that I would ask you to do is to decide, was this a prop gun or not? And if you decide it is a prop gun, for those of you who do, you're going to have to get past all of the nonsensical evidence in this case. You need to ask yourselves, are you following the evidence? Are you following your head, or are you following your heart for whatever reason? Once you do that, the case is over, because that means the defense is fabricated. That means it was a real gun. That means you can't believe anything that was said by any of their witnesses. And that means that in the end, the defendant used a real firearm and committed these crimes. Again, as defense counsel stated, I want to thank you all for your time and for your attention. And I too want to thank Judge Arnold. It's not been an easy case. And I want to ask, to the best of your ability, when you go back there, you pretend that he's not ASAP Rocky. You pretend that he's just a guy named Rakim Mayers. And you treat him the way you would treat anybody else who was accused of these crimes with this evidence. And when you return a guilty verdict, that is not on you. That's on him. Because that is what the evidence has demonstrated. Do not let anybody tell you that you own his conduct. He owns it. On November 6th, he made a very foolish decision. An illegal decision. A criminal decision. A decision that could have hurt individuals far worse than what happened. And it's your job and your responsibility to hold him accountable. Because if we're not going to hold privileged people accountable, who are we going to hold accountable? Again, thank you for your time and attention. Well done.
The first remark relates to the jury instruction on circumstantial evidence. It's jury instruction number 224. Jury instruction number 224 tells you everything you need to know about circumstantial evidence. There was some question about whether it was shown in its entirety. The entire jury instruction is in 224. Another thing I want to mention to you is I think it is very obvious that everyone at that table left it all out on the field. Everybody put out 150%. I think that's very evident. All right. I want to hopefully focus your duties by kind of summarizing something that both sides have mentioned to you. All right. The people have the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the gun was real. If the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Mayers used a real 9mm, then the verdict is not guilty. If you do find that the evidence, excuse me, that the gun was real, then you look at the 5 elements that are listed for assault with a semi-automatic pistol. That's jury instruction 875. You have to decide whether those elements, all 5 elements, have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Then also you can consider the jury instructions on self-defense and the defense of others. You have that jury instruction as well. So I'm hoping that this assists you in kind of focusing how you deliberate. All right, I'm going to read the 2 final jury instructions. When I'm finished with this, I'm going to send you to where you're going to be deliberating. You won't be deliberating in the jury deliberation room here for this court. You'll be deliberating in the deliberation room that is from my court, which is Department 115 on the 11th floor. So when I release you, I'd like you to go to the 11th floor and go to Department 115. Department 115, it's right there when you get off the elevators. And Alex will meet you up there. He'll escort you into the jury deliberation room. You can take all of your materials, you can set them down, and you can leave for the day. On Tuesday, you must be here by 9 a.m. Jury deliberations start at 9 a.m. And when you show up on Tuesday, you're to gather outside the courtroom doors of Department 115 on the 11th floor. Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Same thing?
That's not too much of a problem. Can we start at 9:30? If possible. And everyone's okay with that? Like,
Is that what you all want? All right, I'm seeing nods. Yeah, all right, 9:30. 9:30. All right, here are the final 2 jury instructions. When you go to the jury room, the first thing you should do is choose a foreperson. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is your duty to talk with one another and to deliberate in the jury room. You should try to agree on a verdict if you can. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you have discussed the evidence with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that you are wrong, but do not change your mind just because other jurors disagree with you. Keep an open mind and openly exchange your thoughts and ideas about this case. Stating your opinions too strongly at the beginning or immediately announcing how you plan to vote may interfere with an open discussion. Please treat one another courteously. Your role is to be an impartial judge of the facts, not to act as an advocate for one side or the other. As I told you at the beginning of the trial, do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, including but not limited to your spouse or other family, or friends, spiritual leaders or advisors or therapists. You must discuss the case only in the jury room and only when all jurors are present. Do not discuss your deliberations with anyone. Do not communicate using social media during your deliberations. It is very important that you not use the internet in any way in connection with this case during your deliberations. During the trial, several items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliberate. I made arrangements for a screen, a projection screen, to be brought into the jury deliberation that's actually bigger than that. So if you want to review the videos, you'll be able to do that. We're going to need a clean computer, though, that they can use. You've got to connect the computer to the projector, which is connected to the screen. Mark, our audio visual guy, he can show you how to do that if necessary. If you need to communicate with me while you are deliberating, send a note through the bailiff signed by the foreperson or by one or more members of the jury. To have a complete record of this trial, it is important that you not communicate with me except by a written note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You should continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions in writing or orally here in open court. Do not reveal to me or anyone else how the vote stands on the question of guilt or issues in this case unless I ask you to do so. Your verdict on each count and the special finding of the firearm allegation must be unanimous. This means that to return a verdict, all of you must agree to it. Do not reach a decision by the flip of a coin or by any other similar act. It is not my role to tell you what your verdict should be. Do not take anything I said or did during the trial as an indication of what I think about the facts, the witnesses, or what your verdict should be. You must reach your verdict without any consideration of punishment. You will be given verdict forms. As soon as all jurors have agreed on a verdict, the foreperson must date and sign the appropriate verdict forms and notify the bailiff. If you are able to reach a unanimous decision on only one of the charges, fill in that verdict form only and notify the bailiff. Return any unsigned verdict form. To the alternate jurors, the jury will soon be deliberating, but you are still alternate jurors and you are bound by my earlier instructions about your conduct. Do not talk about the case or about any of the people or any subject involved in it with anyone, not even your family or friends, and not even with each other. Do not have any contact with the deliberating jurors. Do not decide how you would vote if you were deliberating. Do not form or express an opinion about the issues in this case unless you are substituted in for one of the deliberating jurors. Will the clerk please swear the bailiff?
Yes, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. You solemnly state they will take charge of the jury and keep them together. You will not speak to them yourself, nor allow anyone else to speak to them on matters connected to this case, except by order of the court. When they have agreed on a verdict, you will return into court. Furthermore, they will take charge of the alternate jurors, keep them apart from the jury, whether delivering them cause, until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God.
All right, the case is now yours. Alex is going to meet you on the 11th floor in front of Department 115. He will escort the 12 of you into the jury deliberation room. You can put your materials down, and then you can leave for the day. Remember, 9 o'clock Tuesday, 9:30 Tuesday, please be outside the courtroom doors, not here, Department 115 on the 11th floor. For the 4 alternates, I'd like you also to go up to the 11th floor now, and what I'm going to want you to do is to give Deputy Bennett your contact numbers. I assume you all have cell phones? All right, I'd like you to give Deputy Bennett your cell phone numbers so we can reach you in case we need you. And if we do call you, we're going to need you quickly. So while the jury is deliberating, you can be in the hallway, you can be in the jury assembly room downstairs, you can walk around, you can be in the cafeteria, but you have to be ready, willing, and able to come to the courtroom if you're summoned. All right, you folks are going to be excused now. Take all of your materials. Council needs to remain. We have a couple of council.
Your Honor, what should the alternates do with our materials?
Yeah. You can leave those. We have chairs upstairs in Department 115. You can just find a spot and you can leave them there. Everybody take all of your transcripts, notes, notebooks. thing I want to know is, in the information, there are 2 aggravating factors that are listed. In the event that Mr. Mayers is found guilty,
No, he was.
the aggravating factors that come into play. Obviously, if he's found not guilty, the aggravating factors have no relevance to anything. What I want to know is whether, if there is a conviction, how you want to deal with the 2 aggravating factors. What I mean is, you want the jury to make a finding as to whether they're true or not, or you want to let the court, me, at some time in the future, make that decision. What about,
We'll wait.
all right, in the event that the aggravating factors become relevant, you have a right to have this jury determine whether or not the aggravating factors are true. And they have to make that finding beyond a reasonable doubt. Either the jury can do it, or I can do it. Whether the jury does it or I do it, the standard of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Mr. Tacopina has stated that I can make that decision rather than the jury having to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you waive your right to have the jury make the decision and agree that I can make that decision when it becomes necessary in the future?
I think we can.
Join?
Yes.
All right, the next question is readback. If there is a readback, request for readback of testimony, what I want to know is whether both sides are willing to waive their presence and agree that the court reporter can go into the jury deliberation room and provide the readback of testimony. However, both sides will know what that readback is before it's ever provided.
I agree. We're fine with that as long as we're in agreement with what's going to be read to them.
Any communication from the jury, whether it's a request for readback or a question, will be given to both sides before any response is given to the jury. If there is a request for readback, all of you will know what the request is and will hammer out what readback will be provided.
With that, then we have no problem with the court going back.
All right. Again, Mr. Mayers, you have a right to be present for the readback of testimony. What would happen is the readback of testimony would happen in open court. And you would be there, your lawyers would be there, the prosecutors would be there, and I would be there. In the alternative, you can waive your right to be present. So what would happen is, if there is a request for readback of testimony, the testimony would be provided, but it would be the court reporter going into the jury deliberation room and providing the readback, the testimony that is requested. And you won't be in there, your attorney won't be in there, the prosecutors won't be there, and neither will I. Do you understand? Do you waive your right to be present? John?
Yes.
All right, the last thing is, I thought that 1 hour call would be appropriate, meaning that if the jury summons that they have reached a verdict, that the verdict would be read an hour after they have made that notice. Do you have any response? Do you think it needs to be more than that, less than that?
I mean, no, it should be fine. I mean, obviously, no, it should be fine.
Oh, that reminds me. Mr. Mayers, well, under the circumstances, Mr. Mayers needs to be here within 1 hour also.
Yeah.
All right. People, do you think 1 hour is sufficient?
That's fine.
If we could, an hour and a half would be easier, but if the court wants an hour,
Well, no, I can make it.
90 minutes would help us. I'm guessing.
I'm fine with that. I don't care. That's fine. Once 90 is fine.
All right, we'll do 90 minutes, and if everybody can gather before that, okay. But it'll be 90 minutes from the time that we're notified that there is a verdict. What I said to the jury, that all of you left it all in the field, I mean that. You all put out 150%. So you did your clients proud. All right, anything else to
Maybe we did have one.
Just one thing. So during the PowerPoint presentation by the people, they played the video from 1616 East Del Mar, and I can't be certain of this, but it appeared to us that the sound of the first shot was played earlier on the video they showed to the jury than the one that they presented in People's Exhibit 15. So just before we leave here today, if we can just look at the PowerPoint presentation to confirm that the video was the same video admitted as People's Exhibit 15 would be fine. If the shot was actually moved, if they modified that video in some way, we'll have to figure out some type of remedy, but I just wanted to clear that before we break today. If that's okay.
Nothing was modified anyway, Your Honor. We took the videos that were admitted and we used them in PowerPoint. I do not believe that I need to sit down with counsel and go through. I think the court is certainly within its authority in ruling that that is an insignificant issue. The court has seen the evidence that's been presented. So I'll leave it up to the court.
The jury has the exhibits. No, I'm going to deny that request.
Your Honor, there was evidence on it's not an insignificant issue as to whether or not the shot occurred before Relli went to Hills. It's a significant issue in this case. In fact, the people now are letting us look at it, particularly after they tried to present an exhibit of knuckles that weren't in evidence. It's disconcerting. The court's not going to let us look at it. It is what it is.
All right. I think that showing the exhibit of Relli's knuckles, I don't think that was intentional. It was an oversight. Mr. Lewin said it was an oversight. It was a mistake. We're all human beings. We make mistakes. The jury has the exhibits. The exhibits are what matters in this case, not the PowerPoint presentation. Where's Mr. Deputy?
There he is.
Oh, there you go. That's what
Did you want to bring anything up?
No.
Mr. Loman, anything?
No,
Mr. Lewin?
No, just a reminder on the caption.
Yeah, I forgot to ask. Thank you. All right, well, that's the record.
That's a wrap. Thank you.